El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, March 11th, 2025, and I call to order the regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Leading us today with the invocation this morning will be Pastor Chris Scott. Come on up, Chris.
Remember to push the button. Cool. Good morning, board. Will you please join me in prayer this morning? Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for this opportunity for us to gather and to bring our attention to matters concerning our county today. We consecrate today's agenda to you, invite your peace, your wisdom, your knowledge, and your truth into everything that's going on today and will be discussed today, Lord. We ask that all decisions today will be made in the loving care for all of the residents of El Dorado County, currently and for the future ones also. We pray for your blessing over the board today in making any decisions and actions and motions. And we pray for your life to move throughout today's Board of Supervisors meeting and for every person speaking today, Lord, to come, present their requests, their thoughts and their opinions in an honoring way, in a way that is supportive of keeping the dialogue going forward. We love you. And we thank you for this time today. It's in your name that we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Scott. Now with the Pledge of Allegiance, Lori, will you lead us, please?
Everybody please rise and join me for the pledge. Begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. We now move into the adoption of the agenda and the approval of consent calendar. At this time, does any of the board have any comments or changes? District 1?
No.
District 5?
No.
District 3?
No, sir.
District 4?
Yeah, there was one. I just want to make a quick comment on item number 3. It came in under what we estimated for the bid on the courtroom moving project. And so just want to say good job, staff. Thank you. We hardly ever get anything under bid.
Right. Right. And I have no changes. So at this time, we'd like to hear public comment on the consent calendar. This time reserved for any comments or consent calendar. As a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 p.m. Open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on our agenda today. So I'll open it up to people here in the chambers.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there any? I'll go to Zoom.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I have a quick comment on consent item 1, which is the minutes. I find minutes very helpful. Kudos to all the work that goes into them. But they become much shorter in 30 years because we have video to rely on now. But I do think in these minutes, where it records the adoption of the consent, I'd ask that you consider just adding a sentence to capture the brief discussion initiated by Supervisor Ferrero about pulling items from the consent agenda with so many people from the community as well as new board members desirous. I think it's important to capture that in the minutes. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. My question is on item number 12. It's for a change in the TIF fee documentation. Honestly, the document that is attached to the Legistar item has no indication of what's being changed. So I actually went through all of the Municode library that's documented as well, and I still can't tell what's being changed. So it's not very transparent for us to be able to provide feedback. And also, I'm not exactly sure that you can understand what you're approving for change. So appreciate the time. Thank you.
There are no additional public comments.
All right, so I'd like to close public comment on the consent calendar. So bring it back to the board for any discussion or any items.
Mr. Chair, I will move the agenda and consent forward.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, none opposed. All right, so we'll move into our 9 o'clock AM allocation. Actually, item 19.
Item number 19 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, along with the Honorable Senator Marie Alvarado Gill, presenting Gay Williard with District 4, honoree for 2025 Woman of the Year, Women Making History for El Dorado County.
I am not Senator Gill, but she is running a few minutes late. So do you want to go ahead and get the items started, or what are we?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead and talk.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So Chairman Turnbull and board members, thank you for your time today. Gay Williard has been selected as the State Senate District 4 Woman of the Year. As many of you know, Gay has lived in the community for over 40 years. She's dedicated her life to the community in terms, most notably, she serves on the County Fair Board of Directors. She's been dedicated to the County 4-H program, and she's also very active in the El Dorado Rose program. Her children are here today. We have Eddie and Wednesday, and her daughter-in-law, Jennifer. So just a little bit background about Gay. She comes originally from Little Rock, Arkansas. She found her way to Northern California, where she and her husband, Ed, put down deep roots. Originally from the Bay Area, she came here in the early 1980s. Her work at the county fairgrounds includes adopt-a-spots to beautify our fairgrounds and serving in civic organizations like Republican Women's Clubs, El Dorado Hills Newcomers Clubs, and she has never hesitated to step up and give back. Her dedication extends beyond community service. It is deeply personal. The compassion and care she gave to her mother and mother-in-law during their battles with Alzheimer's are a testament to her strength, kindness, and unwavering commitment to family. Gay Williard is the very definition of service, perseverance, and leadership. She embodies the spirit of El Dorado County, and her impact will be felt for generations to come. So it is with great pride that we recognize her as Woman of the Year, an honor she has more than earned. And Gay, if you want to come up with your family here, and I'll present you a resolution from the State Senate. So on behalf of Senator Gill and the State Senate, we present you with this resolution, which is recorded in the state record. So,
Wow.
all right. So, if you wanna-
Well, don't go away yet, Gay.
Oh, don't go away.
No, don't go away.
Okay.
El Dorado County Board of Supervisors Certificate of Recognition for Gay Willard on this day, 11th day of March 2025, with congratulations for community engagement representing supporting residents of El Dorado County. So I want to thank you for your service, and it's signed by all the Board of Supervisors. So I'd like to present this with you.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome. It's good seeing you.
Thank you. No. At least we got a railing on our stairs, huh?
You know, also I want to say, Gay, thank you for your service, especially being on my commissioner on the Fair Board. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. All right, so that will move to item 25. Discretionary program review. Come on up. Emma.
Item 25 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, receive and file a presentation on county programs with a net county cost, along with a list detailing their levels of discretion. 2, provide direction to staff on which net county cost programs or contributions the board would like to further consider at a board meeting on or before April 8th, 2025. 3, direct staff to return with a list of current facilities projects to receive direction from the board on potential modifications to scope, schedule, or cost on or before April 8th, 2025. And 4, direct staff to return to the board with a draft plan to spread the budget gap across departments in proportion to their net county costs on or before April 8th, 2025.
Good morning. Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office, as well as the rest of your budget team, Emma and the folks in the gray in the corner here. We'll start off with a little reminder of where we are in the budget process and to try to put today's discussion in context. Back in November, back before November, we've been talking for a little while about the troubling revenue trends we've been seeing, and then the troubling expense trends as well. And so the need to get those two lines in sync with each other and to get a structurally balanced budget. And so back in November, your board gave us all that direction up there, which I won't go into. Just suffice to say that we are working all of those, and some of those have been accomplished, but we're working through all of those with your departments right now as we are looking to develop the recommended budget. They turned their packages in at the end of February, so we are combing through those and trying to determine exactly what the gap is that we need to close and continue to work on that piece. But today we're here pursuant to direction given in January, and that was to bring back discussion of mandated and discretionary programs. And this is something we've been talking about bringing to you for a little while in the context of this whole budget discussion, so the board can better understand where you have discretion and where you have mandates, and even where you have mandates where you might have some discretion within those mandates on how you provide that service or how quickly or how that service is delivered. So we will kind of jump right in. This is how we've defined a mandated program. So that is something as a program or a service that the board is required to do by state or federal law or by a local mandate. And what we're calling a local mandate is a voter approved local law. So such as our charter, our general plan, those we would not consider just a regular ordinance that the board has discretion to adopt or appeal or repeal a local mandate. So we're looking at a pretty high bar for mandated here. And all of those programs may receive state or federal funding, general fund, or a combination of both. So what you'll see later on today is we're talking specifically about programs with a net county cost, but it is important to remember later when you're looking at those net county cost programs, there may also be state or federal funding involved with any of those. And then although mandated, as I mentioned, there may be discretion on the level of service offered. So then on the converse of that is a discretionary program, which seems fairly simple. It's a program that the board has chosen to provide, but is not required to. And there could be a number of reasons why you've chosen to provide that program. Obviously, any program you choose to provide, you have determined there to be a public benefit. So that's part of why these discussions are very difficult and nothing's going to be easy today. So when we started talking about this, we kind of came up with this idea of this spectrum. On the one end, you've got something that is fully discretionary for the board. That doesn't mean that it is not something that the public or others might find value and that the board finds value in, but it's just fully discretionary. So examples of those would be some of your contributions to outside agencies. Next on the spectrum, as we move along, we've got discretionary, but it's complex if it's reduced or discontinued. So back to some of those areas where we might have local ordinances the board has adopted, and you decide you want to get rid of that discretionary program, there are some steps we'd have to go through. We'd have to look at potentially repealing ordinances and ripple effects and things like that. So it's not just something that you can just flip the switch on tomorrow and then poof, you realize all these savings. And examples of that would be, I would say the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. We have adopted a mandate, our own mandate to do that work and to provide defensible space inspections. We don't have to do it. However, we have applied for and received grant funding. We'd have to go back and figure out how to unwind all that and what do we do with our ordinance. So that's just one example of that complex but discretionary program. And then we have support services for mandated programs. So all of our support services provide support to both mandated and discretionary functions. So county council, our office, human resources, risk management, procurement contracts, we all need all of these things to function, and they all support both mandated and discretionary programs. So we felt it was important to put those in there just because, you know, in the past, I would say there has been a tendency to just kind of go and target some of those central service departments because maybe they're perceived as not providing a direct public benefit or they're easy to get at, but it can be very detrimental to cut too deeply into those programs that starts to get at letting those departments that do provide the direct service provide their mandates. And then we have mandated with a discretionary level of service. So you'll see a lot of these. And some of you might be surprised to see the word discretionary next to some of the sheriff's programs, but a lot of what they do is mandated. However, their level of service is discretionary. For example, we have to operate a jail and take care of that. We don't have to have 2 jails. However, we do have 2 full jails. So that's just one example of something we do that maybe is technically discretionary and having that second location, but it would be very, very difficult to look at doing anything different there. And then we have mandated with a mandated current level of service. And I'll pick on our public defender for this one because they're a very small department and our alternate public defender. We are mandated to provide that service, and pretty much their level of service is dictated by the court and the clients that they are referred to and that they must serve. So there's really very little, there's no discretion there really in our view. So in terms of the discussion today, we had attached to the board item a big spreadsheet. Hopefully the colors make it a little easier for you to follow. It is organized by functional group. So I know when you look at it, it starts to look like it's alphabetic, but it's actually alphabetic within the functional group to help you orient yourself. So we've got it organized by department and then division, if applicable, and then program. And again, these are only the programs that have net county costs. So only the ones that have a use of general fund. And these programs provided in the list are pretty much how the programs are broken out in our budget book. So they should align with all the program descriptions that you see in the budget book. And then the columns we have whether the program or whether the program is discretionary or mandated, or whether it's in that support services category. And then we have the column that says whether there's a level of discretion on the level of service. So in addition to the county programs, we have, as I mentioned earlier, some outside contributions, which technically are discretionary. I'm not speaking to the merits of any of these. I'm just saying that they are discretionary. Each of them has its own intricacies and own issues with reducing or eliminating them. The fire contribution there is what the board had directed when we had our discussion about discretionary TOT. You said, go ahead and solicit needs from the fire districts. We should be receiving those soon, but nonetheless, it is discretionary, so your board could choose to discontinue that or reduce it at any time. The resource conservation districts, again, that's discretionary. We've been providing that contribution for a very, very long time. It recently was increased quite a bit. Again, a lot of good work that they do. It's no statement on what they do. It's just that it is discretionary. Same with the ERAF contribution to the El Dorado Hills Fire Department. That is something that we have provided since the annexation to maintain the level of service that was discussed during the annexation process. The South Tahoe Transit JPA, this is a new JPA that the board just joined last year. There has been a request for the startup funds in the amount of about $54,000. And then the JPA has not adopted a budget yet, but the estimated contribution for the first year that would be requested is about $127,000. So that would come later in the year. The Placerville Aquatic Center, so the county has provided a contribution to the Placerville pool for some number of years. And then the Sacramento Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA, we have been a member of that again since I believe the 80s, for a long time. And we provide a contribution to participate, which is somewhat discretionary. So what we're looking for today is to get, if you look at the action items, we've got 4 action items for you. Number one would be to kind of have a discussion on all of this, the spreadsheet in front of you, any of the outside contributions that you might want to understand a little bit more about. We have many of your department heads here to answer questions. The idea is not that you would necessarily make any decisions today, but provide direction for us to go work with your department heads, gather more information on anything that you might want to explore further, and then we would bring that back to you no later than April 8th. And then we would bring, as you see on this slide, potentially a list of our facilities projects, because if we dig into some of those facilities projects that are related to some of these discretionary programs, or that maybe just could be deferred or extended, to kind of just look at the funding impacts on that, we could bring that back to you. And then also to looking for direction to come back to the board with a draft plan to spread the budget gap across departments in proportion to their net county cost on that same day. So what I mean by that is the budget gap that we are looking at is much bigger than if you were to just go through this list and say, okay, let's pick off the discretionary programs. That's not going to close the budget gap. So even if we sort of nibble around the edges with programs on this sheet, we are still going to come back and need to make some adjustments in pretty much every department that has a general fund cost. So what we're looking at doing is similar to last year, when we got down to the end and balancing the budget, we had that last $3 million we had to get, and we spread that across departments. We're looking at doing something similar to that in proportion to their net county costs, but we'd like to bring that, work with departments, formulate that, bring that to you for your feedback, because that will involve impacts to services. We're looking at going much deeper than we did last year. And just as a reminder, departments were already directed, based on your direction last November, to try to submit a budget request that did not exceed their current years, their 24-25 net county cost. So they've already done hopefully their best to come in without exceeding their current year's budget. And so now we'd be asking them to go in and absorb an additional cost. So that will, again, result in service impacts. So we'd want to bring that back to you with a clear discussion about what those impacts would be so that you could then make some decisions on that. I think I'll ask our CAO if I've forgotten anything, and then I'll leave you to your discussion or questions.
So I'll bring it to the board for discussion.
Right, and Chair, just for clarity, my understanding is Emma is going to, you know how we like to see our motion in front of us in writing before we, because if we don't, it gets bad.
Right, exactly.
So my understanding is Emma's going to do that because she's our expert at budget language. And so hopefully, yeah, I didn't want to put that on Kaylee, so I checked yesterday how we're going to do that. So just so everybody knows, Emma's doing that for us today, which is really critical to capture our conversation. Yeah.
Any other questions from the board right now? Talk about anything? Anybody?
I'm just going to ask the question, CAO, how did you anticipate that you would like us to navigate this conversation?
I think we just need to have the conversation. So we've all had the spreadsheet to look at for a little over a week to digest and kind of contemplate areas where there may be an appetite to further explore which programs you want us to look at. It's not going to be easy or a graceful conversation. So I think we just kind of need to get into it. Depends how far you want to go into the conversation before you move to public comment. You do have a majority of your department heads here, so that they can provide any any feedback that the board may need as you're giving direction. Again, you're not making decisions today. We didn't want to put you in that position. So there's
yeah, and like looking at the way that this agenda item is written, you know, number 2 says provide direction to staff on which net county cost programs or contributions the board would like to further consider on April 8th.
Yep.
So really, we're just kind of coming up with a list of things to explore. Is that
correct?
kind of what you're thinking?
Yep, and then we will go back and do the work with your departments to discuss what that may actually look like. We didn't want your department heads to embark on a huge effort to kind of delve in how we may unwind something or what the service impacts would be without this board direction first. I'm a big proponent of not doing unnecessary work. So we need to have this. And then of course the direction, subsequent direction regarding facilities. And in that we can bring back, we'll bring back your entire list of facilities projects. And you can have a discussion at that point regarding whether you want to adjust the scope or the schedule or the cost of a particular project.
Okay, so that's number 3, the facilities part. And basically that's just to say, yes, bring back a list.
Yes,
We don't have to
exactly. You don't
discuss-
even need to get into the detail of that. Again, there's going to be nuances there. Adjusting the schedule may impact grant funding that we have that we could potentially lose if we adjust the schedule. So, and we of course all know that the inflationary pressures on projects, a delay could result in increasing the overall cost of a project. So much to consider as we go through this. We're trying to be as thoughtful and strategic about it as we can, though.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Chair, if I may, Tiffany, just to confirm on the calendar on 3/12, we have a budget ad hoc with department heads.
Correct.
And then on 3/13, we have a budget ad hoc also of the internal board.
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure,
Yep.
confirm those dates.
Yep.
Anybody want to talk about any of the discretionary contributions? I'll just open it up to public comment now. What do you think? Public comment? All right. Board would now like to hear public comment on this agenda item.
We are now taking public comment on regarding item 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, board. Janelle Horn, recorder clerk, and I'm going to read because I only have 3 minutes. So I'm really excited about that ad hoc committee, by the way, Supervisor Bearcamp, but I think we'll have some really great discussion in that. Thank you for putting that together. I want to encourage the board to be creative and open-minded, to change, reform, and use outside of the box ideas for ideas with consolidation of offices. I come before you as an example who has made many improvements in and efficiencies within my own office. We have a huge elephant to bite, right, to eat. And how do we eat an elephant one bite at a time? So I say that a little bit here and a little bit there does actually add up to be a great number. We just have to be creative, and I encourage you guys to do that. One of the ideas that I'm commenting on is I have like 3 ideas. You know, I haven't really looked at all of the programs that are in the county, but just some that I glanced at that I thought that there was an opportunity there. The first one being records management. We in the recorder's office have experience related to documents and their retention and destruction schedule. We understand the statutes and that go along with them because we do that in our office. With the number of positions that we currently have budgeted, we would be able to absorb the duties of the records management, which would be a general fund savings of about $372,000. The next one would be senior daycare. It's a great program. I love that program. I have friends who've actually utilized that program. But again, it's thinking outside of the box. What can we do to be able to continue that program for the public, but not have to take on the burden? My idea is that I've actually reached out to some senior advocates within the community, and there are possibly 2 nonprofits that are possibly interested in taking over the program, which would be Pace Innovage and possibly Marshall. This would be a benefit because they would be able to get additional grant funding that we as a county would not be able to obtain. The third thing is the county hubs, which I talked about earlier. It's a $1.6 million budget. I think we can think outside of the box with maybe some kiosks so that we would be able to forward those people who have need information on county services and or videos. I just want to encourage the public to come and give their ideas as well. Thank you so much for hearing my comments today.
Anybody else would like to speak?
Morning, Chair, Board.
Good morning.
My name is Dennis Nishihara. I'm the new Community Services Director for the City of Placerville. And I know you guys have a really big plan you kind of try to develop. I'm a little nervous, so I'm going to just relax, apologize. I think it's really, really difficult, this seat that you sit in, primarily because there's a limited amount of resources. And I'm not here to argue with you that fire is less important than swimming lessons or aquatic centers. So I entrust you guys, and I believe that you're going to make the best decision absolutely possible. I will say this, that your contribution to the City of Placerville for our aquatic center is vital to our existence and the services that we provide, right? With all of our lakes and all of our rivers, not only do we provide opportunities for young families and children to learn survival skills on how to swim, but we also provide safe and healthy atmosphere for their families to come and enjoy. This is not only a staple within our city, but it is also a staple within our county. And so I want to be very, very cautious in regards to, yes, think outside the box. And I heard a funny story this morning when I was in my meditation around 3 blind men. One touched the trunk of the elephant, which I really like that analogy. Another one touched the side, and another one touched the ear. And each one of them had this disposition in regards to the elephant is like a snake. Oh, nope, the elephant is like a leaf. Nope, the elephant is like a wall. And they were all very adamant. They were all very correct, and they were all very right. But until we get outside of our own perspective to look at the situation from a different point of view, I think that we won't necessarily get the best resolve. And I agree with Ms. Tiffany in regards to it's not going to be a fun conversation. But I will say this adamantly. Without your funding and without your support, it'll be very, very difficult for us to offer not just a quality program, but a life-saving program. I wish you guys all the best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
Bruce Cunha, volunteer with the El Dorado Western Railroad, and I wanted to talk a little bit about the JPA funding. The county, the funding for that helps the railroad and the trail people keep that corridor open. We just spent somewhere a little under $9,000 of the JPA funds spraying the corridor. We do that every single year. All the work that's done on that is done by the volunteers. There's no county involvement in that at all. The only time we ever use the county's assistance is when we have obstacles in the track. For instance, trees that our volunteers are not able to take down. So the county helps us with that. So the majority of the work that's done on there, I can't speak for the trail people, but the majority of the work that's done on the corridor right now is done by volunteers. And that money that the JPA gets assists us in doing that work. Yesterday, we transferred cars from the El Dorado, the Shingle Spring Station to the El Dorado. We had a tree in the track. We had to take it out. We did that ourselves. So there's not a lot other than what the county pays to the JPA. We have bridges that are going to need to be in repair here soon. We have some bridges that we cannot take passengers over right now that have to be rebuilt. Again, we will be going to the JPA and helping them assist us, our volunteers, in rebuilding those. So the funds that you put into that fund really do assist this county. We have the largest part of the corridor. If you ever need to or would love to, I'd like to take you, we can take you through the whole part of the corridor that's now open, show you what it looks like down there and what we do. So just to give you a little bit, that money does go into the county, and it's used to say volunteers are using that money when we need to. Appreciate your contributions there and hope you'll consider that.
Thank you. Anybody else want to come up and speak? Anybody want to come up? Okay, let's go to Zoom.
Seeing no additional public comments in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My attention today on this item is the second category in the spectrum of discretion for programs with a net county cost. That category is called discretionary with complexities if reduced or discontinued. My attention more specifically is to follow up to Bruce Cunha and the rest of the volunteers of the railroad in the understanding of what the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor JPA Joint Powers Authority is all about. I find that there is very limited understanding because of the long, lengthy time that the JPA has been in existence. This goes back to the 1990s, and specifically the supervisors that are there currently sitting with you today, Chair. A number of them don't have any idea, as you do, as the board member sitting on the JPA, what it's all about. When I first saw this, I thought to myself, what is staff doing? It seems ludicrous because of the structure of the reciprocal use and funding agreement, as well as the other agreements in terms of the operation of this Joint Powers Authority. But then I realized staff actually is doing us a service because they're putting down every single net county cost that is potential. To not have a net county cost and not be listed would be a wrong. It would be something that would possibly confuse people of why they're picking some things over other things and not getting the complete list. That in my thinking would be my concern, and therefore what they've done today and presented in front of you today is the entire story. I don't believe, because of the complexities, that you can remove yourself funding the JPA. As you know, City of Rancho Cordova, just last JPA meeting, was brought into the JPA. So actually the cost should go down for the county over time. In that regard, I close with the fact that legal counsel, in the end, if you chose that you wanted to remove yourself from the JPA, that's where an understanding would have to be reached that it's possible to do that. Thank you so much for your time today.
Now taking comments from 525.
Hi, it's Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I love the budget process. I love the CAO has created a budget information page from her site. There's a saying, you don't really want me to know your values. I don't have to listen to you. I just have to look at your budget. So I'm suggesting perhaps the board provide a link next to the agenda, strategic plan, since you are so critical to making these difficult decisions. I also think it would be advantageous to add materials so that we can look at this in context. You had a great mid-year back in February report, and it highlighted that in terms of net county costs, the law and justice group is at 58%. General government is like around 29, health and human services around 9, and land use and development around 4. So I think knowing where that net cost is coming from as you look at all these different programs is advantageous. I also urge you to take a look at the standards by the Government Finance Officers Association. They have a whole awards program that I brought up before. Placer County, much bigger, but they're in that program, and Humboldt County, where my son went to college, is also. And in there, it talks about the importance of decision makers that you direct staff to give you the critical information so that you can actually look at the entire budget, 5-year projections, structural pieces. I'm concerned because you spent a lot of time on transit occupancy taxes. Now you're going to do this with, various steps, but pulling it all back so that you can look at all of your appropriations as shown on the state schedules, and even including those would be helpful. But so that we also know, in addition to projected 25, 26 income, what will be the projected carryovers and the possible use of some of the general fund reserves. You get all of this information, but usually it's at the adopted budget. And I think having it from this year and past years would be very helpful. Thank you for taking my comments. And please fund the school.
Now taking comments from Tita Blodden.
Good morning, board. I'm just briefly going to read the letter I sent yesterday. Since I sent it yesterday, you might not have had a chance to read it. I'm an advocate for older adults, veterans, and people with disabilities. This budget review to reconcile gaps in funding available is of vital importance to the health of our county. I trust that the Board of Supervisors are engaged with Congressman McClintock and Congressman Kiley and their local staff to inform them of the importance of federal funding and federal staff for safety net programs. Program funding for Medicaid, HUD, and Veterans Administration are essential for the health and economic well-being of El Dorado County. The ultimate delivery of these services occur at the local level, as your budget review shows. This is an economic issue that affects seniors, children, families, individuals, and businesses in our county. I thank you for your time. Tita Bladen.
Thank you.
Now taking comments from Kathy Lishman.
Good morning, Board. Kathy Lishman, representing Friends of El Dorado County Seniors. We're a nonprofit that supports programs and services for seniors right here on the Western Slope. I'm sorry the board went to public comment so quickly this morning without any discussion, because it doesn't give up the public a chance to comment on anything the board will say after the public hearing is closed. The public comment that you're hearing today is not enough for you to know what the public really thinks about everything. On Well Dorado, it shows that 40.71% of the population of El Dorado County are seniors over the age of 55. That's 78,527 people. You're saying that you want to not impact services and to focus on direct services. Well, the senior programs are direct services. Your staff is amazing, and you need to take a better look at that. In 2023, there was a discussion about creating a community services department, which there was a lot of support for that. What happened to that? I think we need a clearer picture of how many dollars, local or otherwise, could be supporting services or decreasing general fund dependency if only administrative costs were brought down to a reasonable level. I think you need to be taking a look at the administrative costs of the county for each of the departments. It is tremendous, and I know it's really high for senior programs and services. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Now taking comments from Linda Campbell.
Sorry, there was a second unmute that came up. Sorry, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I'm really glad that Janelle got up and spoke, and appreciate her thoughts. One of the main things I heard from her is she's already been working on efficiencies and reducing items. So typically in the private sector, when something like this is going on, the department heads themselves are asked to come in with their recommendations to show efficiencies they've created, and then also to make suggestions for other items that you could more clearly consider. I do appreciate seeing the roll-up view of everything in the categories, but I think it's a little bit of a disservice not to see work that may have been done already or work that they may recommend, rather than you just coming through and say, hey, maybe take a percentage off of this area or something like that. I liked the idea of coming in with a year-over-year comparison of prior year budgets, so you could see potentially some of the areas that have grown. And then, of course, also I liked the suggestion that there are a number of nonprofits in the area that could potentially take over some of this stuff. And I think engagement with them would be really important, because then those nonprofits can raise funds that aren't necessarily taxpayer dollars, so they don't have the same limitations to work within as you do. So thank you.
Now taking comments from Ruth Michelson.
Yeah, thank you very much for taking my call. I'm going to concur with Kathy Lishman that it's so much more effective, I think, when you all have your discussion first. I think it's an unfortunate shortcut that you take to put us, the public, first, because then we have no opportunity later to comment on your discussion. But that said, really what I wanted to talk about more is process. I think it's a given that every potential program that may be cut or their funds diminished is going to come forward and say to you what the value of their program is. Everyone feels that what they do is valuable. But I think if the process could be somewhat in the reverse, that the county, you as a board, have a clear statement of what the values are that this county stands for, of what your priorities are, that you come to some kind of decision about that, whether it be seniors, whether it be homeless, whether it be veterans, whether it be, who are the highest priority in your mind's eye? Because when budget cuts come, some people are going to be left off. Some people are going to have funds minimized. I mean, that's the way it is. And so I think it'd be very valuable for us to hear what you all as a group feel are priorities. The other thing I wanted to say was, is it really a valid method to talk about who is net negative, look, yesterday, the planning, the gal who heads up planning and building made a presentation to Taxpayers Association. And in that, I learned that of their $18 million budget, 12 million of it they get in fees, and essentially about 5 million, give or take, is from general fund. Okay, that's the way they run. And then Janelle comes in and she's very proud of her department, and that's great, and all the savings and things that she's done. But she's 100% funded by fees when people come in to record. You've got other departments, they just don't operate like that. That's not their function, that someone comes in and pays for services. And so is that really the measure of how you want to evaluate all these departments, when you'd be comparing apples to oranges as to how various departments function, whether they're fee-based or whether they're not? So I just think it's important to step back, and instead of basing it on some of these other items, to be based it on values, what your values are. Thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
So I'll bring it back to the board
Oh,
for any
excuse me,
other.
Chair, I'm sorry. We did have one more person raise their hand.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
Now taking comments from Debbie Munter. Debbie, if you could please unmute yourself.
Uh-oh, so sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, Debbie Munter from El Dorado Hills. I just wanted to comment on kind of a trend that I see here. I'll start with what Janelle Horn was talking about at the beginning, and that was thinking outside of the box. So in approaching this whole budget shortfall, not from how you're going to whittle away at that big elephant in terms of cuts here or cuts there, but let's start with consolidating programs. If you look back to 2019, it was brought to my attention that pre-COVID, I think we were a lot more efficient in our government. And to start there and look at programs that were maybe developed during that COVID time or prior to that, where you can consolidate groups or offices. All those small cuts do add up to big sums. And I really see where Janelle Horn is going with that. But to think of it in terms of a consolidation of programs and offices to make us more efficient, not get rid of programs in their entirety, but maybe, reconsign where they're physically located get rid of some offices, that all costs money. And so, yeah, let's see what existed before when we were more efficient. Maybe start in 2018 or 19. That's all I have to say, and thanks for listening.
All right, so close public comment, bring it back to the board for any more discussion, comments.
Yeah, I'm thinking, Emma, can you go ahead and bring up your draft of a motion so we can start filling in a list? I think would probably be a good approach. Does everybody agree with that? 'Cause we're supposed to be coming up with a list of things for staff.
I can also bring up the spreadsheet if you want to go through that
that way?
first and
That'd be a
then.
good idea. Yeah.
I have condensed some things so I can get to fit it all on one page, but none of the content has changed.
Okay.
Supervisor Turnbull, if I may, Sue, couple questions. Can you outline the budget calendar and when the final adopted budget needs to be made?
Sure, I actually skipped that slide on our
Yep.
presentation, so thank you. Yeah, we would bring back any potential direction to you April 8th. I mean, there is a meeting on April 1st, but we, depending on how much you want us to gather and what information you're looking for, we're thinking April 8th. Then on April 22nd, we have our usual April budget meeting where we come to you and we talk about our budget policies. We will bring back the new policy on discretionary TOT for you at that point. We'll talk about the board's travel budget and a few other things. Then we need to adopt or approve the recommended budget by June 30th. So typically the budget is published around Memorial Day weekend. And then I think this will be Memorial Day comes a little early, so it'll be a little after Memorial Day weekend probably. Then we have our hearing in early June. I think it's June 10th this year. That's the recommended budget. And then, as you all know, once the books close, we have to come back and adopt the final budget. And that is due to the state by October 2nd. So we will be back with you in September to discuss that adopted budget. And that's when we would revise any of our revenue estimates based on where the property tax roll closed and maybe where sales tax came in, any new information, and adjust for fund balances, any additional savings from departments or any additional discretionary revenues that were received.
Okay. Not discounting the importance of this process. We're looking at October 2nd for final budget adoption. So to me, that means we got time to get it right. And I place a lot of my faith in prior budget adoptions in the ad hocs, bringing together solutions and options and ideas from our department heads, which we have not had that opportunity to do yet. So I'll put something else together here in a second. We also have state May revise coming in May. You know, I'm not optimistic. All indicators don't look good. But we also have a new federal government, and I'm not sure where all that's headed either. So there's plenty of balls up in the air. We're looking at what, at least today, a $17, $18 million gap is what I think that number needs to be
Ballpark, yeah.
Stated as well, ballpark. But we also have June, and June is a very important time as well, because that's when our books close, and we'll know then exactly, or pretty darn close, what carryovers we have also. So hopefully we can, whittle that down through all of those processes. But again, before I'm ready to make any emotional decisions today, I'm about our strategic plan. I'm about factual information, and that we apply those things as we go forward, rather than, I think today to me, and that's why I wanted to hear from the public, because I knew it probably would come out that, wait a minute, we want to hear from you. I'm not ready to make those decisions yet because I don't have the background on the information. I've been following the board for the last 4 years. I have my own thoughts and ideas, but those are my own thoughts and ideas at this time. It takes at least 3 of us to come to a conclusion on that, driven to me by a budget ad hoc committee that we've had 1 meeting so far. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very important that we have that and then bring that information back to the remainder of the board through the April meetings as we get to that. Again, I'm more strategic. I don't like making emotional decisions. I think today is emotion, and I'm not going to put things out there that aren't consistent with factual information as well as our strategic plan. People ask, what's important to me? Well, that's that strategic plan. If we don't think it's important, then we need to change it. But right now, that's our roadmap to get to where we need to be and how I prioritize what's discretionary and what's not. So that's my comment for right now.
Anybody else got anything?
So are you suggesting that we don't do this today? I'm trying to understand your
I-
thought.
I'm not going to recommend anything today other than let's get the process working and let's let it work. It's early. I get that. In past and in other budgets, we've started in the fall with budget ad hocs and so forth, starting to work towards that next budget. And that lets the budget ad hoc get as much projected information as you can, and then really start dealing with, well, here's a list of things that, at least to the ad hoc committee, that we would recommend. I can't do that. We haven't done that yet. I have my own ideas, but that's not, again, coming from department head input that, there's 7, 8 elected and then appointed department heads. We haven't really had that opportunity to engage them, and they all have a major part of this. And I think it's very important that they all have their input, because they're the solution. They're really the big part of the solution.
So CAO, help me out with this, because I think you've been talking with department heads really a lot on this. So what are your thoughts along with what Supervisor of your camp saying?
Well, it would be nice to have some preliminary direction so that we can do some homework. If the board is not prepared to give us that direction today, then we can return with a similar discussion after we have the listening session with department heads and the ad hoc, which is this week. If you're not ready to provide input, then you're not ready to provide input. This is a complex process, and we didn't want to push it too far out, because then we're scrambling to make whatever adjustments you may make to include in the recommended budget. So the sooner the better for our office. And I think your departments too, so that they know what adjustments they're going to have to make. But we'll do what the board wants us to do.
So with that thought, then, if the board does want to wait for the budget ad hoc to have those conversations that we do normally have with the department heads, I get that. I've been on the budget ad hoc in the past. And then we're going to have some big conversations soon. Time just goes by so fast, I can't even. But then I think the board needs to be prepared for some very long meetings, and perhaps even an additional meeting here or there or something. And I just want to make sure that, if we do decide to wait for that feedback from the budget ad hoc, that the board's ready for those bigger, longer meetings this year, which, wouldn't be surprising in my mind. This is an unusually difficult year. So we're all going to have to probably put some extra time and energy into it. So just throwing that out there, if that's the board's desire, we need to be ready. And I would imagine that you've had some preliminary discussions with board members, so you probably have some ideas and thoughts where it's going to go. But beyond that, I'm not sure where everybody wants to go.
For me, given this, 2 months on the job, it's an overwhelming task to try to identify which of your programs I want to cut. I mean, I have my priorities, and it's well known, it's public safety. But I think, and I brought this up at our meeting a couple of weeks ago with CAO, if we could, and I don't know if this be oversimplifying it or not, but identify a number of percent that we're going to have to cut as a county. it's 10, 20%, and let's just pick a number now, the best estimate,
And how do we get there?
and send it
How do we
back
get
to the departments on what they think they can cut and how they can consolidate. It sounds like there can be some opportunities for consolidation. And bring that back to us, and then we can approve or disapprove that. And if they can't do that, well, then we're gonna be pressed for time. We're gonna have to go through this list. And for me, it's like throwing darts on a wall, because I'm not familiar with all these programs. And I think that all the department heads have a much better, they know their programs much better than probably any of us, especially me. And I would rather put the burden on them to figure out what you're going to be what you're going to have to cut, given a number, and that number may change.
And we can do that. We can, as we go through the budget process, we will develop the gap. And I mean, that was your the fourth action item today, was to direct us to go back and do a proportionate across the board reduction in net county cost. So we can absolutely do that. We can do that.
And I don't think, we're certainly, as a board, we're probably not going to agree with all of the recommendations, but then we can tweak that. I don't know. You've done this before. I haven't.
And this is going to come across really weird, but I feel I need to say it. The board actually did have a very thoughtful conversation just the other day about senior day. And we directed staff to look into options for that. And so I'm a little concerned that Janelle took it upon herself to go outside of that direction, outside of our conversation. And I'm concerned that we're setting up departments to do that to each other. And I don't want that either. So how do we avoid that? We had a quite lengthy conversation. I thought it was very well done, and we gave very clear direction. So how do we not, given what you're saying, Supervisor?
No, but I think they're already doing that. I've already received phone calls. So
yeah,
I think they're already working behind the scenes on that.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be
well, and I think that's to the point of this conversation. This is on us. That's what we're here for. And I get it, we need input, but I'm very concerned that we're having conversations outside and undermining each other, which that's not good either. So how do we avoid that?
I don't think you can. I mean, item number 4 is to provide the direction. Okay, here's direction. Come back with a 5%. What's a 5% cut on discretionary programs? What's a 10% discretionary program cut look like? And we'll discuss that in the ad hoc committee meetings. We'll take the department head input as well. And where does that get us?
So anyway, I'm going to chime in. You want to go ahead, Sue?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Quiet here.
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so we know if it's a $17 million gap, that's approximately 17%. So we can kind of figure that some of this out ourselves. 10?
It
That's
works
part of
if we spread it proportionally across all departments, it kind of ends up being more like an 8%. But there's some nuances, because if we spread it across what they've requested, and some departments did not meet their net county cost target. And so we've kind of been, looking at making some adjustments there. Do we get people down to the target they were supposed to get and then cut them further? Or, how do we apply that? So we've got scenarios for each of those instances that we could bring back. Because yes, if we work backwards from the gap, it does end up being kind of an across the board percentage at some point.
Okay.
Questions I have, let's go out the outside discretionary funds. And I encourage the board to go in and pull the 990 form on the Chamber of Commerce, and gives you an idea of the expenses and stuff and money that they've been taking in. So I encourage every one of the board members to look at that. Also, the RCD, I'm working with Kevin Kiley to actually get funding to help that, because it's going to be a great thing for County, and he just talked about it on the House floor yesterday about getting funding to the counties that he represents to help with this vegetation management. So that's another thing. El Dorado Hills, you're talking about a water district. They're a fire district, even though they say they're the water district. And I don't understand why we need to look at that a little bit more closely. I don't know why we're even paying for that, but, and then also the Sacramento Pastoral Transportation Corridor, JPA, I wanted that to be brought, that contract to bring to me so we can sign this and move forward. And now I see it's on this. And I was a little bit upset over that, especially when I asked for this request a couple months ago. So anyway, I think we need to, that's another thing to work on. Also, you're talking about the JTC. And one of the big issues with the JTC is $4.4 million we're spending per year to facilitate that facility up there in South Lake Tahoe. The problem is last year alone was only 130 bookings. All right. 80% of those are been released into the public before they even reach the judge for a decision. Now, I reached out to Placer County and asked them how they're doing. They've got a 75-bed facility, and they're only housing 21, and they have beds available. I was told there was no beds available. There is beds available. And the thing is, and not only that, it's not no $500 to $600 a day. What I was told, it was $135 per day per child that we could house up there. Think about the savings we could save. But I think we need to focus on a tri-county facility and look into that. And where all the other counties, you got Placer, Amador, Nevada County, Alpine County, El Dorado County, that actually we could work together to have one facility, because there's not any juveniles in these facilities. Placer County is struggling each year too, and keeping it open because it costs them a lot of money too. And they're looking at closing their facility, even though they remodeled it 2 years ago. So all these other places are looking to close these facilities because it's not high crimes anymore like it used to be. So I think we need to look at that. I mean, it's a possibility. I'm not saying we do that, but I think we need to look at it. I mean, we got it's a hard decision we have to make. It really is. And I'm sorry that I had to bring this up, but I know Brian's going to probably be very upset with me, but we got to start thinking outside the box. We really do. When it comes to these expenditures, we really do. And if it helps this county into the future, so be it. So anyway, that's all I have to say right now. So that's something we could look into.
I just wanted to finish some comments as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. The thing I'm struggling with is the long-term goal. You know, we're talking tomorrow, but we need to be looking further down the road. And I think we need to see a package of how we're going to address this structural deficit that we've seen for quite some time. Last year, we used like $12 million of one-time funds to try to close the gap. We asked all of our departments to be net neutral. We have other reserve funds, a variety of different reserve funds. And so I'm kind of wondering, and I think the fact that the ad hoc has only met once, I think that we need to look at the whole package and not just try to pick things off, because we don't know what we're doing at this point. It was mentioned about the culture and our values. You know, I would like to know number of people served, you know, to your point about the JTC, the consolidation being an option. I mean, all of these moving parts, not to mention the fact that we don't know what the state and the federal dollars are going to look like. How do we possibly, you know, take even a little bite of this elephant at this point? Seems very difficult to me. we need to understand the declining revenues, the flats, property taxes. When those start going up, when do we think that's going to change? Are there other income measures that we need to be considering? Taxes, not popular, but it's a package in my mind. It's not just what are we going to do in, on June 30th. So I'm feeling like we need to come up with a process that gives us the whole picture.
We can certainly do that. Today was meant to comply with the direction that we were asked to, bring back this discussion and potentially see if there were any areas where you really wanted to look before we spread the rest of that gap among the other departments, and understand the hesitation to make any decisions today. We weren't expecting any firm decisions today. We had the direction that we'd like to be able to bring back to you some information on the 8th, but if there's, so minimally we can do that. We can bring back the plan to spread the gap across the departments proportionally. We can bring back the list of the facilities for discussion, and then we can work between now and then with departments on what those service impacts would look like for spreading that gap. And then that might provide you some more information to be able to make some of those decisions when you see what those impacts are of making that 8% or 10% or whatever it ends up being.
And are there still some reserve dollars that can be contributed to this problem right now to also lessen the hits to departments across the board?
There are, yeah. And I want to go back to your statement about it needing to be a package and the long-term goal. We absolutely agree. And when we go back and work with departments to get to this 8 or 10 or whatever % cut it is, we're going to be looking for those to be not one-time savings. We're going to be looking for those to be, reductions of positions and, other options if consolidation, or if there's a better way to do a service, we were looking at those longer term solutions. So we weren't going to come to departments asking for, one-time savings. So that is what we're working toward. We do have quite a bit of discretionary designations, which all have purposes related to them. Because again, it's not just meeting the budget in any given year, it's being prepared for that next downturn. So we have about $48 million in with all of our designations and reserves combined. We obviously don't want to draw those down to close a budget gap that might be ongoing. It's something we would consider if we were looking at certain solutions that maybe take a little bit longer to roll out. So if there was a program we were looking to maybe outsource or somehow otherwise unwind, maybe we could pull down some of those one-time funding sources to minimize the impacts on other departments of keeping that program running till we have that longer term solution. But that would be where we'd want to limit the use of those funds.
Yeah, and I guess I always struggle with the part that we keep these funds for a downturn, and then when we're in the downturn, we don't sometimes use those funds. But it goes back to my other point, which is we need to see the long term. We need to see the whole picture. And I know that you guys have talked with me quite a bit about all of that. So it's not, I know that it's not that you're not doing it, but the difficulty in taking a list like this and trying to narrow something down. We know a lot about the senior daycare because that was presented to us very thoroughly. We had a good conversation about it. It's, a couple $1 million and it benefits about 15 people. So we know about the JTC because we've really talked about that and the numbers that it's such a large expense for so few people, but we can't say the same about everything on this list that we don't know about.
Right.
So it makes it just with the amount of information you provided, it makes it very difficult to even begin to pick it apart. And I'm not sure that we're the best people to be doing it, or I'm not.
Well, and again, I mean, that would be kind of the point of today, is to take anything on the list that you want to understand more about, but understood it is overwhelming. like I think one of the callers said it's kind of what we felt we had to do in order to show the whole picture. If we had just brought you the list of the things that say discretionary, that wouldn't have shown you the whole landscape. So it's a balance of trying to provide you with the information that you need to make some good decisions and not overwhelm you with too much information. But we're happy to take whatever direction you provide. If that is only just, go back and continue to work with departments and bring the service impacts back, we can do that.
Yeah, and I think that you're bringing up the juvenile detention center and your thought that, boy, if some of our surrounding counties, if we could go in on some of these services and spread that burden, I think it's a great idea. It's down the road though. How long would that take? That could be a 5 or 10 year idea, but it's a good one.
Yeah, well, with the possibilities and everything and the struggles that they're having, I think we can move pretty quickly. I don't think it's going to be down the road that far away, because they are struggling. They really are. And it's an expense to them too. And especially when you have, like Placer County's got 75 beds and there's 21, and there's like a portion of them are from outside counties that they're housing. So, but we got to look at all different things, and it's hard. It really is, because you're talking about people that work at that detention center and everything like that, and we're putting them in a world of hurt too. So we've got a lot of tough decisions to make.
And the reason why that project is on the forefront is because it may be a project that we need to allocate money to. So that elevates that one to a higher level. Supervisor Lane, I think you're spot on as far as it is a much bigger picture. It's disheartening to me that we're now at this point. We've still got open employee contracts. That's very concerning. We haven't finished those, and they're a couple years in arrears. Our sales tax pretty much out of our control because of the way now it's apportioned in Amazon and all that, the distribution, that hurts. The property tax is still going up, but not at the rate it used to. So it's sort of one of those double things, but at least it's still going up. That's good. But for how long, we don't know. I mean, just look at the economy, look at what another catastrophic fire could do. So the OOPR program is sort of an insurance policy for the county, but at what cost? Anyway, TOT is going down. Gas tax, Woody, you can concur. I think the number out of SACOG the other day, they estimated in the next 10 years over $100 million less in gas tax to be distributed amongst jurisdictions. That's how we repair our roads. So, and that's one of our biggest assets in El Dorado County. It's our roadway system.
Number one asset.
And the way the state treats those things, it's not a priority for road infrastructure one bit. It's all about transit and pedestrian and so forth. Well, that doesn't quite work with steep grades and snow removal and everything else. So we do have a project in front of us. Again, I think sitting on the ad hoc committee, I'm ready to make some hard decisions, but again, I want those based on some good inputs from our folks. And they've been here for years. Some of them have been here more years than we have and been through this up and down numerous times. And so I need that input, and then I'll be much more ready to make the next push. But we can't prolong it because, again, we heard the calendar, everything is coming up. But I'll be in a much better place. If 8% is the number, then we may come back and ask 8% across the board. Absent maybe public safety. Again, I'm going to refer back to our strategic plan. What's important? What are our priorities? And again, that strategic plan is developed not only by us, but we involve the public in that also. So we think that that's also the things that are important to the public.
So I just want to be cautious though. And what I heard from the CEO is some departments have been able to tighten things up.
Right.
And so, maybe that needs to be part of our next presentation too, is who's been able to do what, so that, because I'm not sure that 8% across the board is gonna work. If a department has already been in there and tightening things up and then asking for another 8% if another department hasn't been able to, I mean, I just think a straight across the board could be really problematic.
Agreed.
But with more information, we, you know,
Yeah.
that would work. So,
Then that's where it'll come down to us to have to say, well, then maybe we, those programs aren't there.
right,
Especially
well,
when
exactly.
you say discretionary, it'd be real easy if there was a third line of discretionary in there, but double discretionary to me means, you know, maybe it's just not that important. So.
Yeah, or there's things we're doing in addition to the grant funding.
Right.
To provide those services and
Yeah.
maybe we just cut those back a little bit.
And go ahead.
No, I just, this might be an opportunity, you know, to become more nimble as a county and more efficient as a you know, trying to make a positive out of this horrible situation. I do think, you know, I do think we need to look at the JTC, and I would have a totally different opinion if it was in Placerville, but it's not. And the community service programs, I think we need to look at those. But like I said, on a positive, I think that we could, as a county, become more efficient.
So Supervisor Lane alluded to as well, revenue enhancement.
Right.
So first budget ad hoc, we talked about some possibilities, but they're going to take time to institute, and we're going to have to institute it. Because I don't see any of these other items I mentioned correcting themselves anytime soon in El Dorado County. Growth is a big issue, and if you don't have it, then all of these other numbers are continuing to go down. Tourism is a big deal to El Dorado County. We got to capture a bigger piece of that pie. So again, we'll be discussing those more in depth and trying to figure out for the future how the county survives on the amount of money that we generate.
And that was one of the reasons why I talked about the JPA, you know, and the biggest thing is what benefits it could bring to this county, especially if we get logging back. I mean, especially if we do get a mill back in the future, which could be possible, that could happen, especially with that everything is going with the federal government right now. So we need those railroad tracks to be able to function properly, especially. That was one of the big issues with Sierra Pacific when they talked about that, is the rail. So anyway, there's a lot of things we need to look at, and I think it's going to be a real tough decision. It really is.
So I'm hearing though from the board's conversation, I do think that the JTC, out of all of the things on this list, is the one that got brought up the most, that I think we need more clarity on it. I really do. And since staff is going to be up against the clock, I would really like to ask the staff to give direction today to really get us the reality of the situation. Truly, how many juveniles are in there from our county versus how many are brought in from elsewhere. I know that when the Caldor fire happened, my understanding is JTC was shut down and we shipped everybody elsewhere. So I think we need a little bit of reality on that. Find out what beds are truly available in surrounding counties, because I keep hearing conflicting information. I think that it would help us all to have, and that one keeps coming up in conversation. So I do think that one is one. Why wait to get information? And I would like staff do that. Nobody else. That should be how we have the CEO's office in charge of getting that information. So it's not hearsay.
Well,
Supervisor Turnbull, additionally, I don't think you should be doing it. I really think the CEO's office should be doing it.
The biggest problem with the CAO did reach out, but they weren't getting the information they needed. That's why I had to end up contacting the supervisor.
My concern is that CAO goes straight to the sources, please. We need that. We need that clarity. And then the other piece of that puzzle, quite honestly, I've not heard anybody bring it up yet, but I will, is that what is 9.6 million grant out there? What's the reality of that? Is it, if we do pursue that, are we going to be restricted further on that building? Because that is a huge concern and would potentially reduce some of that flexibility that we just talked about as a county. If we get locked into something for another 30 years, that's concerning. So we need that reality too, in my mind. But I would like to give that direction at least today, if nothing else, because it keeps coming up over and over in conversations. And I would like to know the reality of it. If everybody's okay with that. Are there any other reality checks on this list that we need?
I think any of the program, any of the programs that are perceived benefit, I want to know what they are actually monetarily. So let's just talk OWOPR. If we're spending $1 million and bringing in 25 million or 30 million or what, any of those programs that have that return on investment, we need that information to make good decisions if we're talking about eliminating them or taking them down to a different level. So, and again, there's many discretionary programs there that they're tied probably to grants and so forth, like Supervisor or Chairman Turner was talking about as well with the corridor. There's opportunities potentially there that we don't want to cut our nose off to spite our face. So what potentials do we see? So then we can really make educated decisions moving forward. Oh, this one's got very little potential for us to do anything into the future. And some of that's going to take, really some outside of the box thinking. But again, that's why we've got so many good staff, so we can have it. Most everybody's got a program's got some justification for it.
Right. So if we could do two things, that would be part of, I believe, what the departments would provide when we go into, if we say, here's your target, here's what we need from you to hit the gap. All of that should be part of their justification and explanation about the value of the program and the impacts if it is reduced or eliminated or otherwise, outsourced. If you want, so that would be kind of as a result of that exercise of spreading the gap. But if you really wanted to dive deeper on any one of those programs, then we would want to see that direction today. And Emma has a motion started based on what we're hearing. We don't, please, this is what we're hearing. We don't want to overstep or put words in anyone's mouths, but it's what we have so far. And this is, again, just informational. If there's anything more specific than what you've already said that you would want to bring back on any of these programs, now would be the time to let us know.
So on the OWOPR program, we've got a little bit of I'm going to call it administrative help. To me, we've got an administrator and we've got the inspectors. So maybe now it's time to cut out that other piece potentially. I want to know what impacts that could have. For years, the volunteer fire safe councils did a great job. And we always talked about a coordinator. Well, we've got that coordinator now. Obviously he's charged with the OWOPR, but still he could be that coordinator. So expansion of that duty to some degree, and that coordination is working very well with CAL FIRE and the fire districts. Back to when we started the program, we talked about the fire districts being the inspectors. Don't know if that may still be back on the plate, but the hell, it's their jurisdictions. Yeah. And coming from one of them myself, we did all those inspections. They still do in El Dorado Hills. So who better than either their own fire safe council or their fire district to be out doing those inspections. But again, I'm not telling a fire chief what to do. That's a whole nother policy board. But
and I agree with you on that, because the fire safe councils know the community. They know the people that live in that community too. So it's more of a friendly atmosphere, because when we have county go on, people get very, very defensive is what they do, especially when it impacts, their livelihood is what it is. And I talked about that many, many times, so I think that's something we could look into a little bit more. I think the fire safe council should be actually doing the, going out and meeting the public and telling what they need to do. But we've already put it in place anyway.
They do. And they're doing a lot of training and really able to do good inspections. And we have to be careful there, because we're also trying to, again, leverage that work as a pilot program, I think, in the state, if not federally. And hopefully that gets attention from the people that really can give us some funds. So maybe, again, what's the potential there? And I don't know that for sure, but it sort of looks like that type of work is being recognized short of our insurance industry. There's no recognition there at all. And again, so at what cost are we providing this? And yet we're still not providing a relief for our residents. So.
And then the difference between the fire wise communities
Right.
and the fire safe councils is that I think the fire wise actually has more insurance benefits. So there's a difference, and maybe we're duplicating there and could collaborate better. And there's some communities that aren't in either, but they are in a fire district. So how do we cover everyone efficiently, I guess?
Anyway, I think there's.
So that is
there's some look
part
there.
of the mission of OWOPR is to coordinate all those efforts. So not only, the fire safe councils, we have our regional firewise coordinator is in our OWOPR office as well. And then to coordinate those efforts with the RCD, with all the other agencies, with the state agencies and the federal agencies. So that's really the administrative portion that you see, is that coordination of all those groups. And so kind of when the office was created, that was part of it, was to bring some of that to the fire, that coordination, because you had the fire safe councils kind of doing their own things. If you remember, the CWPP at the time was really a collection of 19 different plans. And so we have a consolidated one. And so but that's all information that we could bring back on how those pieces all fit together and what that coordination has brought.
Yeah, but from all the input I get, and we just got one from our insurance company. Doesn't matter. If you're in a high hazard severity zone,
Doesn't make any difference
done.
anyway.
See you later. They're not going to do any evaluation whatsoever. So maybe the coordination needs to be with the director of CAL FIRE, so we have some sort of discussion that they get that importance to the Office of Insurance, that there's got to be some collaboration there, because otherwise this work is just falling on deaf ears, obviously. And so that just increases the cost for all our residents also that are going to be struggling and moving out of here, which leads vacancies and brings down the property tax. I mean, just it was
Right.
just one element, but I think there's room to look at that.
Yeah, it's
as
an
well.
ongoing discussion. We will be having a roundtable with the director of CAL FIRE and the insurance commissioner's office in early April as well on that, and other federal, the Forest Service and other stakeholders too.
Count me in.
Yeah, and make sure the commissioner is there if you can.
We're working on it.
Yeah. And then I do have another one that I think will take some staff time to look into, and is more of a long-term. It won't be a short-term, but it'll be more of a long-term. But the MCNFP annual contribution, we've been
Yeah, I
talking
saw
about
that.
that for years, about how to wind that down. But I think it has some debt right now because it borrowed money. But then potentially, do we really want to continue doing this for all eternity? We talked about stopping that once it's paid its debt. So what would that take? And I do think it'll take some staff research to look into that. So that would be, in my mind, a good one to put on the list, so staff has the opportunity to tell us the reality of that situation. Why are we doing that? We don't really do that in other areas of the county. It's a one-off.
We can do that.
Go ahead.
No, I just, the outside discretionary contributions, those groups and agencies, are we going to include those for further analysis? I think we should. How will they impact it if the funding is cut? Or will it be, are they receiving grant funding that we're contributing to in addition to their grant funding? But if we're looking at, reducing county programs, I think we need to look at these as well.
Any particular you want to talk
Well,
about?
I mean,
You're looking at that slide, right?
yeah,
It's
yeah.
Slide 6. of it.
And I mean, it pretty much, I'm looking at it, they affect all of our districts. I mean, the El Dorado Hills Fire, ERAF. I'd like to learn more about that.
We can give you a lesson on that.
Yeah, I mean, the Placerville Pool, if we're cutting county programs, I'm sorry, but I don't think we should be contributing to a pool.
There's a lesson on that one as well. long standing lesson.
So, I mean, and
Yeah, but again, I mean, maybe we can work with our partners. The El Dorado Hills County Water District one, that's a little different, but Aquatic Center, maybe we all work together because we have to have fees. Most of those are for county residents that are using the pool. So, and I believe there's an out of county or there's a non-resident fee as well. Maybe it needs to be higher. But again, when we start bringing up all these fees and feeing everybody to death, what are they going to soon do? Can't afford to live
I'm
there.
speaking from District 1.
Right.
There's no one in District 1 going to that pool. We have our own CSD.
And, right.
Our own pool.
And
So-
my recollection from conversations is that they did try to do the out of city and it was just too complicated for their system. So they didn't do it.
For charging.
And I'm just gonna throw it out there that in my mind, the county has incurred quite a bit of costs on behalf of the city with the homeless situation.
Sure.
And in my mind, we don't send them a bill, like a thank you once in a while. So with those costs that we've been incurring, I think that was one that I think that the city should absorb that cost for us for a wee bit until things are better.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay, well, it's your thoughts.
Well, I know,
Fine.
it's just,
Yeah.
that's on the
Yeah, I mean, I
list.
just was looking at all of them, the RCD, I understand there's grant funding in addition to what we're funding. So the program's not going to stop. Chair mentioned that there might be additional federal funding coming down. If that's the case, then we
maybe
want to continue to keep contributing to that.
Maybe we can pick it up or something.
Yeah, well, that's,
Yeah.
one of the things is, we got until July 1st, right? Am I right? So didn't we talk about that? Was one
Their
of the-
contract.
So their
October 2nd.
contract is up July
The-
1st?
Yeah, their contract is up June 30th of 2026, but the next payment to be made would be after July 1st. It'd be for the 25-26 fiscal year.
So anyway, I'm working on that. So if we get more than that, then if we, so this could go away, so. Anything else?
Well, honestly, the South Tahoe Transit JPA, when the board approved that last year, I was a no vote. And because of the writing was on the wall of the budget, I asked not to do that last year so that we wouldn't be doing that this year. And I do think that we need to relook at that. There was a lot of questions that day and I don't think they were all clearly answered. And so that one to me is one we should look at again.
Got the direction on that. And like I say, on the Sacramento Placerville Transport JPA, I think I already asked for that contract. This should have never even been on this if that contract would have been completed in time. So this is going to help this county a lot, especially with economic development. If we bring a mill back and all the other things that could benefit from this, especially tourism too. So I'm going to make sure that that contract gets to me so like we can get this signed and brought in the board so we can get this done.
So it would be helpful. I do want to clarify on that. We do also have contracts with the JPA and the RCD. So it's not a matter of whether we have a contract or not. It's just truly it's discretionary. And as we said at the outset, we're not putting a value on any of these things. That's your board's place to do that. So if there were some communications crossed in that piece, we'll take that on, but there wasn't an intention to maybe not do the contract and put it on this list instead. If anything got crossed, that's just got crossed at that point, but we would need full board direction. And if there's anything you want to exclude, so if you want to give us specific direction on the outside agencies, or if there's anything you want to exclude or only certain ones you want us to consider, that would be helpful. Because right now we just have it written as all the outside agencies.
The TOT fund, that's for the fire departments that we discussed.
Yeah,
last
that's
month.
reimbursement of their tourism related calls.
We already discussed that. So do we want to leave that alone?
What's that?
The fire department contributions from the TOT. We discussed that last month. Is that something we want to leave alone or look at
Well,
again?
The thing is with the fire department, when we put this together back then, we asked them not to come back for asking for TOT funding. the two fire departments when they consolidated. The thing is, how do we know what the calls are? How many calls do we know that it relates to tourism? We don't know. You don't ask them where they're from. So I think, to me, I would like to take it off. My personal thing, and look at it and see what we can do to maybe resolve that bit. I don't think we need to. I think it needs to be taken off, my personal opinion. So,
I think we should revisit that
yeah,
board direction, given the huge gap that we have.
right.
And also, you know, and I know I personally, every time the last 2 years, I believe, have said very clearly that it was coming, that we probably wouldn't be able to do this any longer. So try to forewarn folks. I know for sure the last 2 years, to made it very clear to the fire districts that we probably couldn't continue doing this, so that they didn't count on it. And I think we're here, we've landed. So I do think we should just revisit it and look at it with other things.
So yeah, with that direction, we don't have the requests for this coming year yet. So we should have those in time for the April meeting. We would normally bring that back in the later April meeting for you to make your final decision on that, whether they're included in the budget or not. So, but we should be able to bring those back on April 8th for you.
Okay. So we got direction. So,
Well, Sue, I think you
Anything else?
mentioned it as well, the ERAF split, tax increment split moving forward.
Yes.
We need policy on that.
Right.
And we need to make sure that it fits the dire situation of the county. Because there's opportunity there and maybe seem like just a few percent here and there, but we got to be strategic in how we divvy it up, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, so there's a motion before us.
it's direction. Direction. I get a motion? We got a motion?
I'll provide motion that we give staff direction that Emma's got on the screen. Make the clerk repeat it all. No,
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
kidding. I'm just kidding. No.
No,
We can read.
I'll second that. I
Okay.
think that's good direction.
All right. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye. And opposed? All right.
Motion
Thank you.
passes 5-0.
Yeah, let's take a
Break,
5-minute
please.
break. Welcome back. We're back from our break. So anyway, we're going to hear item 18 first.
Sorry. Item 18 comes from the Chief Administrative Office
Yeah, the
recommending the
annexation.
board provide direction regarding the exchange of property tax increments for the annexation of 2 parcels associated with the previously approved El Dorado Senior Village Apartments project in the El Dorado Irrigation District Water and Sewer Service Area, Local Agency Formation Commission project. Options include the following. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution which would accept an exchange of property tax increment determined in accordance with the county's current practice for allocating increment upon annexation of a parcel into a service providing district, or 2, direct an alternative exchange of property tax increment.
Good morning again, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. So normally these small annexations.
Hang on.
Sure.
Quiet in the room, please. Okay. So
This is generally a fairly routine process. There's a proposed annexation of 2 parcels into El Dorado Irrigation District's service area. And our role, the board's role in that is to negotiate the allocation of future tax increment. And so today we're not here to actually approve the annexation. It is just approving that potential share of future tax increment. In this case, a couple of questions did come up because there were references to this being used for low-income housing. So we did receive some questions late yesterday about the potential for a, I'll probably get the name wrong, but basically a welfare property tax exemption. And we don't know ultimately whether this project would be eligible for that. We have some indications that it could be. And so you just need to be aware that there is the potential that the entire value of this project, once it's built out, may end up being exempt from property tax. Now, that is an exemption that has several criteria that have to be met, and it has to be applied for on an annual basis. And my understanding is generally those exemptions are not applied for until the building permits are pulled. So we're obviously not to that phase in the project yet. So I can't speak to that and what the owner or developer of the property might do in the future, but it is a question that came up. So I just wanted to provide you with what little information we have on that at this point. And you have 2 options. So as Supervisor Verkamp alluded to in our last item, we are working on a policy that would provide a framework for negotiating any annexations into the future. So up to and including, 1 or 2 parcel annexations to potentially annexations or consolidations of entire districts. And there's a lot that will go into that policy. One of the things that was brought up in discussions with the board back in 2020 was, should enterprise districts such as a irrigation, a water agency, a water district that can provide that can be funded through ratepayer revenues, receive a share of property tax. So that is one of the topics we'll be working through and tackling in that process of developing that policy and discussing with your board. While that development of that policy is pending, the way that staff approached this annexation was the way that we have approached annexations in the past. We have kind of an internal guideline working manual that so that we can treat everyone consistently, even though it's not a written board policy. And so the initial allocation of the 2.6667% to EID and was done in accordance with following that policy. And that results in the reductions in future tax increment in the attachment to the resolution. It's a little bit less than 1%, a little bit over 1% for the general fund. And then it also affects our cumulative capital outlay fund and our road district tax fund and our county service area 7, as well as the Diamond Springs, El Dorado Fire and other agencies in those areas in fairly small amounts, just to reduce them all proportionally by that 2.667 to provide that to EID as a new provider in the area. Your alternative would be to give us any other direction you would like us to follow rather than the past practice that we have done. So we're here to, and you did receive a letter from EID supporting the following past practice, and that's in your packet. And I'm here to answer any questions as well as EID.
All right, so I'll bring it to the board for any discussions or questions.
I'm looking at Supervisor Beercamp to see if he had any big thoughts on this one. Because
Well, they're all scary.
I know, I mean, given our budget situation,
Yeah, but
I'm inclined not to want to give any money away, but
yeah.
right, I know.
And given the complexity of the whole situation, none of us may get any property tax out of the projects. So
Right.
that's even scarier. That the state can actually mandate that here you got to do this development. You don't have to be involved in any of the impacts, and then you're not paying property tax either. So in a county that has a difficult time developing projects that bring money to the table, now we're being told there's absolutely no money on the table. And the same goes for potential EID on your share. And Sue made it very clear, that's a potential. Then we can allocate this, but then it'll be up to you guys on whether any of us receive it or not, based on applications from the project proponent. So.
Well, the counterpunch to that is it's a deed restricted affordable housing project for seniors that is desperately needed in this county. So I've always said that there has to be, first of all, there has to be political will to get these projects done, because they don't necessarily look good on the books, but they fill a need that is tangible. So I don't look at this project in the same view that you do. And I do also believe that government has to have some kind of buy-in. I know that El Dorado County, because it's a deed restricted affordable housing, will waive the TIF fees, which is significant.
El Dorado County did, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And maybe we were helpful in them getting some of the SB 35 funding. But this is a very small price to pay, in my opinion, for something that is
And I
strongly needed.
I can't
And
disagree with the
yeah,
housing
it
piece
does.
of it, but explain that to the residents that drive Pleasant Valley Road on a daily basis.
Right.
Well,
Exactly. Service level F.
Yeah.
Well, it's.
If I could kind of maybe bring us back where the
Yeah, I
project isn't being litigated here, we're just talking about the share of the future tax increment. So the project is going on the normal approval path for as appropriate.
Right. Yeah.
But
and the essence of my, comments were, this is a small price to pay.
Well, I don't know. If you
Not
live
if you
there,
live there.
yeah,
It's a
it might.
huge price to pay. And
Right.
I'm not against the housing. We need
Right.
housing. I get it. And this is the state's attempt to put the housing, because we're not meeting that housing element.
Yeah.
But it's all about location. I'm
Agreed.
sorry,
Yeah,
but
but
it's
for
really
the two,
becoming an
for
issue.
the 2 years that I've been on the board, every location is the wrong location. I mean,
Well,
when does it get to be the right location?
We got 3 of them on Pleasant Valley Road now proposed. Well,
Yeah.
actually, one's being built, Mercy's being built. This will be a third one. So how are we gonna deal with the impacts of the infrastructure, lack of infrastructure? And then it's a state highway as well, and they're not planned. So anyway, okay, I'm done.
Yep.
Well, and I just, to your point, Supervisor Lane, I just wanted to say that location does matter. And it would be nice if the state would come to the county, who knows our land use and knows our demographics, and said, hey, county, we want you to build, some affordable housing. Here's a chunk of money. Where do you think it's a good idea? Because I could almost guarantee you that these locations that it's being proposed and built is not where we would choose. And we're the ones that are familiar with the general plan and our land use. That's kind of the point. And the impacts, really. We're not against the housing. It's everything's about location. And to further go down this rabbit hole, which is related, I'm going to say it's related, because you talked about the benefits to our residents. Well, you pointed out when you were talking about the Sugar Pine project in Tahoe, how it was disappointing that the city had put money in, and yet people from out of state were actually using some of those units. And so the skin in the game felt kind of like, whoa, why did we do that, right? And I just wanted to throw it out there. I've had a conversation with an affordable housing developer in a different county who says that you can actually have some kind of a, I can't remember the word, but a priority system on your applications to kind of ensure that local folks, there's like a rating system, a point system, that local folks, so at least if we are, you know, losing out on revenue, so that our residents get priority for these apartments. And so I'm going to ask the developer to consider looking into that, because it really would be helpful. You know, we keep talking about our county, our residents. And if we're having people come from, quite honestly, the Bay Area to fill in these spots or something, that is just going to be mind numbing. So I would like to see that pursued as part of this. I know we can't direct it, we can't require it. I'm just asking to help ease things a little bit.
You know, and I'll chime in there a little bit when you're talking about applications for these low-income homes, especially the ones that are behind the apartments that are right behind the post office in Diamond Springs. There's a lot of applications that are coming from elsewhere, not to support our local residents that we need to support, because there's a lot of seniors out there that are struggling right now. And it's not right if we can't take care of our own. And that's one of the big issues that I've talked about a long time. And you're talking about the traffic there on that road, Pleasant Valley Road, when the school's in session, when they're trying to drop the kids off and the traffic is back clear past where Charles Brown used to be, and you can't get through the town of El Dorado because of, you know, especially during those hours, it's very, very difficult. And it's going to put more of a burden traffic wise. And, you know, I was in business at the corner right there for 50 years. So I know what went on in the town of El Dorado and how the traffic was. It's terrible. It really is. And it's growing more and more and more and more. And we are a Measure F, like Brian was talking about. And we've talked about reducing that traffic and stuff. But I mean, this is one of the biggest things. I'm not against, especially senior housing at all. I think we need to look at it, but I think this is not really the good place for it. So
I just want to go back
Yeah,
to the
we're-
comment that Sue had made. This is not
I
about
know,
the
I know
project.
that.
I honestly think it needs to be said again. Today's action is not about the project. This project has been approved.
Yep.
The action
Well,
before you
I know
today is
that.
to determine whether or not to agree to an exchange of tax increment with EID, which is a necessary step to facilitate the annexation. So, I appreciate, and I do think there's value in the discussion insofar as it talks about potential revenue, right? That is really what we're talking about today. What is the potential revenue loss to the county in the exchange of the tax increment? What does that amount to? If that's the part of the discussion, it's probably also worth noting, maybe it doesn't even matter in the end of the day. If we really, and I would actually maybe appreciate if your board would seek clarification from the applicant concerning the applicability of the welfare exemption. But if the county is not receiving property tax from this at all, some of these discussions become a bit irrelevant. Now, again, that all being said, today is about, are you willing to agree to exchange the increment in the percentage recommended or proposed that I believe is maybe not formally approved by EID, but we understand would be acceptable to EID.
I was going to ask that question. Sorry, Brett. So David, you chimed in. So that was my next question. Get back to it on this. So we're fine. All right. So that I'm good with public input.
Yeah. Okay, let's open it up to public comments.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 18. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Yeah.
Turn on your mic.
There
it is. Okay. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lisa Stewart and I live at 5532 Crossville Lane with my husband and our 4 children, Jackson 10, Logan 7, Olivia 5, and Sophie 3. We chose this neighborhood because we believed it would be the ideal place to raise our family, a safe, close-knit community where our children could thrive.
When we purchased our home, we were informed of the possibility of a senior living community behind our development. However, we were never told about the potential for low-income housing project to our neighborhood. I stand before you today to urge you to reject the proposed annexation that would allow this low-income housing project to move forward. My concerns are rooted in the safety and well-being of our families, the strain on our local infrastructure, and the potential negative impacts on our schools and community as a whole. Our priority as parents is to ensure that children grow up in a secure environment. The proposed development located directly behind my neighborhood, I share a fence with it, raises serious concerns about community safety. Research and historical data indicate that high-density, low-income housing developments often correlate to increasing crime, drug activity, and other social challenges. While I support affordable housing solutions, the location of this project so close to schools and residential areas creates valid concerns, safety and security, and the quality of life. Beyond safety, the infrastructure in this area is simply not equipped to support the added strain on the large-scale housing complex. Our roads are already congested, our emergency services are already stretched thin, and our utilities and public services are not designed for high-density developments. A sudden population increase will make it harder for law enforcement, fire services, and medical responders to meet the needs of both current and future residents. Less than 1 mile away from our neighborhood, another low-income housing development is already under construction. We have yet to see the full impact of this project, and now we are being asked to accept another or to move it forward in the next step before the effects of traffic, safety, and school enrollment have been evaluated. This approach lacks careful planning and threatens to overwhelm our small community. Moreover, these developments are concentrated in one area rather than spread out in a balanced way that can overburden local services and create unintended consequences, higher crime, declined property values, and increased demand for social services. We must ask ourselves, why are we adding another project before assessing the impact of the first? As a mother of school-age children and an active participant in our schools community, I am particularly concerned about the strain the development would place on our local schools. I urge you to reject this annexation proposal until a full impact assessment is conducted. We need a thoughtful, strategic approach to to housing, and that preserves the character of the community. I appreciate your time and consideration, and I hope that you will listen to the voices of the families who have invested in this community. Location matters most, and you still have the power to stop this travesty. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, Chairman Turnbull and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Brian Paulson. I'm General Counsel at El Dorado Irrigation District. And if I can conduct myself half as quietly and appropriately as that young child did, I'll be winning here today. EID encourages this board to adopt option 1 as it's proposed in today's agenda. We submitted a letter, and thank you, Sue, for the reference. I'm not going to repeat all of the points that we included, but I would just like to highlight 3. There are 3 primary reasons why I would encourage the board to pursue option 1 on this item. And just for clarity's sake, mostly for members of the public here, since I think this board understands that EID is agnostic on growth. We don't take a position on the annexation, whether to do it or not to do it. We have water, it is available. If the county board of supervisors decides that the growth is appropriate. So with that in mind, if this project happens, it is critically important that EID receive a small fraction of the property tax increment. Property taxes are intended to help fund essential public services. That is what they are for. And there is hardly a government service more essential than the provision of water and wastewater service. Second, EID's acceptance of county-approved growth within EID's sphere of influence also provides substantial revenue to the county, along with other special districts that receive a property tax increment. This is because when EID makes a commitment to serve, the property becomes developable, and when developed, the value of the property increases substantially. So everybody wins here in terms of the ability to collect revenue by EID's commitment to serve that property. Third, offsetting a portion of the actual costs to serve the essential water and wastewater services with a small fraction of a parcel's property tax is critically important because the vast majority of EID's costs of service are fixed and do not change with the usage of the particular property. EID has a substantial capital improvement program designed to replace existing assets. It uses property tax increment from the properties that it serves to offset the rates that it charges its customers. EID's rates are going up 76% over the next 5 years, and the residents of this county cannot afford that level of rate increase to fund these essential services.
Appreciate it.
You just turned it off.
I turned it off. All right, so much for microphone work. Frank Porter, I'm a 40-year resident of El Dorado County, fifth generation Californian, proudly a resident of El Dorado County. I'm a retired school superintendent, and I am now and have been the volunteer vice president of Housing El Dorado for the past 4 years. On behalf of Housing El Dorado, we urge you to vote yes and approve this annexation agreement and move this much needed housing project forward. Affordable senior housing is clearly needed, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on talking about the need. I'm instead handing you a recent document, a fact sheet based on the regional needs assessment that the California Housing Partnership produces every year. When you combine the county's severe shortage of affordable and workforce housing with fixed income seniors who are facing inflation for groceries and basic services, rental increases, along with increasing uncertainty about federal funding for Social Security, Medicaid, Medicare, and Meals on Wheels, et cetera, we have a real threat to the well-being of our seniors in our county, very real one. There has been no senior affordable housing built in at least 20 years, not more. This SNO Foundation, the nonprofit affordable housing developer of the senior apartments, has spent the past 4 years meeting all of the planning and entitlement requirements, including getting the fire department blessing, and I'm sure a transportation study, and lining up very complicated funding for this project. The request to approve the annexation to EID is one last hurdle to get the construction started on this project in June of this year. This largely pro forma annexation question before you today was originally on the February 4 BOS agenda as a consent item, because I'm assuming that the county administrative staff and legal counsel had thoroughly reviewed this resolution and correctly judged it to be a routine request for an item that both EID and LAFCO have agreed with. This routine consent item was continued initially as a consent item, and just last week got moved on to the regular meeting hearing. So we're concerned about this delay. I'm doubly concerned with the testimony I heard earlier from some of the board members. After 4 years of exhausted planning and development work, we hope that the BOS doesn't put this project at risk. We urge you to vote yes and approve this annexation and get ready for a groundbreaking ceremony in June, which you'll get invited to, and celebrate the county's progress on meeting the need for senior affordable housing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Frank.
Hi, good morning, Chair Turnbull and supervisors. I'm Maureen Dion Perry. I live in Camino and have lived in this county for 30 years. And I'm also with Housing El Dorado. What I think it's important to note about any project like this for affordable housing for seniors is that there are costs that the county will face for non-compliance. And as you probably know, we have not made a lot of progress in addressing our housing element for affordable housing. So there are penalties to counties who do not address the need for affordable housing, and in this case, senior, they can revoke, they can say that we're not compliant with our housing element. They can suspend local control and have the state oversee our building and housing. There can be fines, substantial fines to the county for not adhering to our housing element. So I would remind you that there are costs to not doing this project. So I encourage you to consider that we need this housing for seniors. And also I would point out that studies have shown that there's no correlation between affordable housing and increased crime rate. In fact, stable housing reduces crime rates by preventing homelessness and fostering community investment. So the whole crime linkage to affordable housing has really not been found to be true. So I thank you for this time and for your consideration of the annexation for this project. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull and members of the board. Bree Mobius with Hefner Law. I'm here on behalf of Sergey Oleshko and the developer of El Dorado Senior Village. While this isn't about the project, I feel compelled to respond. Supervisor Parlin, I think you'll be happy to hear that the county picked the location for this project, not the state. The county has had this zoned in the general plan.
No, we're
land
good.
use designation. The project is consistent with zoning and general plan land use designation. More importantly, the county in its housing element identifies how it's going to meet its RENA and identified 106 very low and low income units at this exact parcel. What you had a letter from me on Sunday, and when I actually started to look at the housing element, it occurred to me that the housing element is not in compliance today. The county can only put a site on its list if it has water and sewer, meaning it's already annexed. The housing element says that our parcels are annexed already. I think it was an oversight, but it's not true. Without our parcel, if you just take out our parcels and the parcels that the housing element says do not have water and do not have sewer, the county is 86 units below its RENA allocation. That means we are out of compliance today. Being out of compliance has serious consequences for the county. I listened through your budget talks this morning. There are grant funds that the county receives today that HCD and the state can take away if we're not compliant. That is going to give us a bigger surplus to make up on the budget. The county also faces a loss of permitting authority. Just in January, the state enacted a tightened builder's remedy law. That means if we are not substantially compliant with our housing element, a builder can come in tomorrow and try to preclude you from denying an inconsistent project, meaning it doesn't even have to be zoned for housing. That is a serious risk to the county. The state is also upping its game on enforcement and now seeking penalties and attorney general action. So the risks to the county of not bringing forward this routine agreement today are serious, and that risk starts today because we're not in compliance today without our parcels. It's a really simple decision. The county needs to adopt its routine agreement with EID, I apologize, that the CAO's office said is consistent with its current practice. We need water and sewer. That's all this is about today. We need water and sewer for a parcel that is consistent with zoning. And then EID has water and sewer and has said that they're ready and able to give us water and sewer. And then what we will give the county is affordable units for seniors. That is less traffic when it's age restricted. It's 100% age restricted, and it's an opportunity. And Sergey is willing to prioritize, to answer the question, we will prioritize local.
Thank you.
First, we are way compliant with our housing element. We always have, and this project did not have a traffic study done for it. So I'll say the El Dorado Senior Apartments project has been a disaster since its beginning. It was in the works in the early 2000s, introduced to the county by Jim Davies around 2018, and quickly rejected by the surrounding community because it was not compatible. You can't do super high density against more lower density. It's supposed to be transitions and buffers. It was not compatible, nor compliant with the road capacity requirements of the general plan. In fact, at that first plan, it was determined level service F requiring a signal. Because of that, Davies withdrew that project and came back and, well, he backed up and lobbied the board to change the codes and rules of our county. He lobbied against a voter initiative requiring certain road capacity standards, and he labored with the board in time to overhaul our general plan, all in a way to benefit this project. In 2020, he received approval for the so-called affordable apartment project under SB 35, in which the county misinterpreted the law in order for this project to be approved as such. Since his proposed project had buildings that were straddling property lines, the project was conditioned to merge the two parcels that were being developed. Also, being approved under SB 35, the county ignored certain standards that otherwise would be required, thinking they could sidestep health and safety standards, which is not true. SB 35 is to streamline, not sidestep. This approval expired 36 months after approval. This was approved in 2020. This has expired. This is the approval that they have put on the EID application for approval, which has expired. Soon Davies merged the parcels, which was required by the conditions of approval, then sold the property to the current applicant. I'm not going to say. So in 2022, Sergey was illegally allowed by the county to bring the project to a zoning administrator to split the parcel for financing purpose, which was a violation of the 2020 conditions of approval. According to county code, a change to an approved project must be reviewed by the original jurisdiction, which was the Planning Commission. The only request on that tentative map application was for the parcel split. Yet within the document, a completely different project was from what was originally. He's submitted 3 different plans since this was originally approved, 3 different applications. The person that asked for the $35 million bond is a whole nother person. The public was never notified about that hearing, which they were supposed to have input before you could approve allowing him to have a bond. If you want to talk about lawsuits, which I don't want to, I just want you to do the right thing. This is in the worst place possible. They're already subjected. Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Good morning, board. Larry Rolla from Diamond Springs. In November of 2023, we met with the planning department and the building department, went over the concerns we had with this project. There were 3 of us that went over in detail the areas of concern, the conditions of approval that we didn't feel were being met. And at a minimum, I think we need a response to that conversation and the outline of our meeting with an explanation on the conditions of approval for this project. In fact, I think that should be kind of the starting point for any approval of these projects in this area is based on the conditions of approval. Are they being met? And if not, what do we do? What's the mitigation plan? Low-income housing is absolutely needed. This is the worst possible place for it. Just in this area, I'm going to read you the projects that are going on in this area. We've got Mercy Housing Project right down the street from this. We've got the Diamond Springs Park Apartments that is built and they're going into phase 2 now. This is all within a 2-mile radius on Pleasant Valley Road. Don't forget about Dorado Oaks. That's one that is still in the works. Hasn't been approved yet, but that's 382 homes right in downtown Diamond Springs. And we've got the park, the Diamond Springs Park, and the traffic that's going to come from that. So that's all in that same area. And so this one, I think, when we start to look at low income, and which is absolutely needed, I think we've got to look at the traffic, and Pleasant Valley is at F, as you guys know already. I don't know what the mitigation plan is. What's the mitigation for our traffic in that area? I don't see any work being done on developing a mitigation plan for the traffic that we live with. And then finally, with a project like this, we're losing property taxes, which, I mean, it's understandable, but along with that, our service needs, emergency service needs for a project like this are going to increase. And so we've got to look at that when we look at budget and what we're allocating for emergency service needs. We've got to take that into consideration and you know, can we afford to do that? I think the biggest concern that we have in the area, Diamond Springs and El Dorado, is really the traffic. And this is just not the area to be putting in high density. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Good morning still. I wanted to speak a little bit about this project, and I hope that all of you will consider declining and the annexation of these properties. It is a poor location. I live in Diamond Springs. I've been there for 30 years and I'm fighting traffic all the time, particularly when school is in and we can't get through to El Dorado and beyond. Please decline this annexation. I really appreciate it. There's so much traffic. It's a small road and I see no improvement coming that's going to make that any better for us. Please consider the residents that are already here. Thank you.
Good morning. So good morning, Kirk McKillop from the Diamond Dorado Alliance and also representing the Dorado Woods development that feeds into this project. And I think I'd like to address Supervisor Lane to begin with. Nobody knows who these people are going to be that are going to be in this project. MIT studies indicate that the people that live in unsubsidized developments are going to move into the subsidized. So that's what you're going to find. Probably half of the 144 be coming from existing subsidized. And there's going to be lots of reiteration here. First of all, this project was originally proposed with one septic tank. Think about that, 144 units with one septic tank. That's unbelievable. Some of the frustrations Larry mentioned, we have many of the residents, as you turn the corner at a Crossbill, that were never advised of this project because they've only lived there 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. I bought my house 22 years ago, my wife and I, as a rental. And when she passed away, my son and I moved in, fixed it up. So I've been there 5 years. I mean, nothing of this, nothing was never sent to us. So for that sake, I'd like to think that we'd be granted an opportunity to voice our opinions on this project at a designated time and place. The other frustration was when we met with Rob Peters a year ago, December, in spite of our meeting and a synopsis sent to him for what we covered in terms of the traffic, annexation, fire safety, evacuation issues, and a lot of these discretionary issues. We waited 3 months in a letter, and you know what? It's 16 months. That's not acceptable, is it, by anybody's standards? 16 months and we've got nothing back. It's like this whole project's in an obscure bubble that you can't see through, or it's not existent, or it's invisible. And that's another frustration that we have. But I think what you're expecting is for this citizenry. And another thing, you know the neighborhood, you know the people, you know us. We're voters, we're taxpayers. You don't know anybody moving into that district over there right now. So give us a little bit of respect on what we're asking you guys to do here. We cannot suspend logic and common sense with a project 100 yards away, which we approve of, the community park. That's great, pickleball and basketball and soccer and picnicking. That's outstanding. But the Fairhaven 65 low-income housing, a quarter mile away, all converging in this traffic corridor, this fire zone, it makes very, very little sense. So please reject this and go to council, go to your own council and meet at roundtable like we do and hash this stuff out. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
Morning, Chair. Morning, Board.
My name is Sergio Oleshko, and I'm the developer on this project, and I have multiple partners on this project, and one of the partners, Marcus, is here. He is also a partner and a general contractor on this project. So this is a senior deal, age restricted, very low income housing, average $700, $800 per unit. I don't know statistics. The last project was built probably, I know that 20 years ago on the family side. I don't know when was last senior deal built, and it's very tough to get any money for that location here. It's a low on a map, and we don't get any extra points, and thus it's very hard to get any money. And we can prioritize residents of El Dorado County if that is allowed under the law, and property management company will do all its due diligence and do whatever is right and whatever we request. I have been working with local residents on Diamond Village Apartments, and Brian Bierkamp was a big supporter for that project when we were here. And it was approved under negative declaration. It was stalled in a litigation for 2.5 years, but then we found SB 35, and we came with SB 35 application as a first applicant ever in the county. So CJ was helping us out to create the application and what is required. A night before SB 35 meeting with the board, we decided to settle with neighbors. So we provided expansion on the Black Rice Road. We added connection road. We provided turnaround and other things that SB 35 would not require. But I said to attorney, and Craig Sandberg was working with me, and I said, I would like to work with neighbors. I would like to provide a good community. So that Black Rice Road connection, expansion, everything that would not be required by SB 35, we decided to cancel SB 35 and work with negative declaration approvals. We want to be part of the county solution and not. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else want to come up and speak on this item?
Hello, I'm Linda Rose. I live on Page Lane, which is the backside of that property. And we're always neglected in this kind of forum here about this property project. My back fence is a metal cyclone fence. I can see into that field. And these people don't take care of that field. I've complained about it the last time this came up. Jim Davies, I believe, was the gentleman at that time. They came out once after that complaint to weed whack around the perimeter of the property to keep the fire hazard down. They've not come back. Now I understand there's new owners. I never see them. There's nobody out there taking care of that property. The fire hazard is high. This last winter, the one we're just having now, trees are falling like pins back there. And they're just laying there. I had to go back there with the weed whacker with the help of a young man who's a friend of mine to cut that tree down and get it off my back fence. There's no one taking care of that property. I'm complaining now, and maybe this isn't correct forum, but I don't know how else to do it because I don't know who owns that property anymore. They got to take care of that property. I'm climbing that fence every year to weed whack behind my house. And no one seems to care. So whoever's in charge, make these people take care of it. They said they want to be a part of the community. Well, that's it right there. Do what needs to be done to protect us from these fire hazards. Take down some of these dead trees that are falling. I'm 70 years old. It's hard to climb that fence, but I have to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this matter? Come on up.
My name's Janine Robb, and I live on Page Lane, right behind the development there. I would like to say that I've seen different plans come out. I'm not quite sure what is going to be built there, but I know there is an access on Cokie Lane. I don't know if any of you have been to this area that they want to build, but there's the high school at the end, at the top. So where I see where the driveway is, the access to the development, there's like a blind spot on Cokie Lane. So you've got teenagers, I jog every morning on that road, flying up that road, Cokie Lane. So you're gonna have senior citizens trying to, you know, enter, exit. You've got teenagers, I just see an accident ready to happen, very dangerous situation. And along on Pleasant Valley Road too, people just flying around onto Cokie. It's just very dangerous. And I just hate to think somebody's gonna lose their life or get injured, just because it's a really bad location to do that. And I am concerned too, we're in a high fire area. The access, you know, it's just a 2-lane road. You know, it's dangerous. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Anybody else in the chambers want to speak on this item? All right, let's open it up to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Hello, good afternoon, Kelly Nalavaya, District 1. In respect for Councilman Livingston's comment of the agenda item, I'm just so sympathetic to all the questions because I have a lot of them too. I noticed that EID made the comment, I even wrote it down, we have plenty of water. I guess my question would be, I guess the state doesn't think that because they're about to ration us. Some talk about 50 gallons per day per person. When they say we have plenty of water, does that take into account all of the projects that are also on these dockets that are in process, in approval, pending? I just don't know every time one of these big projects come up and now we're saying we have plenty of water, that justification. My second question, in alluding to that when he talked about the property tax, if this project is deemed exempt from property tax, would the county, how are those fees? I can't imagine they're going to do it for free. And that would also add my question on other services that are provided through property tax, fire safety, police safety, school impact fees. I realize this is a senior project, so I'm not expecting them to be impacting the school and population. But who absorbs that imprint that each person makes when we have a project that is exempt from property tax, yet EID is saying that the property tax is where they would generate what they need in terms of this annex. So I would love to know that. Everything else, I sympathize with all of the concerns and questions. I have a lot of them. I'd be concerned when they say low income. I wonder what AMI are they using in terms of the percentage of gross income, but I'll stick to the topic and thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Leo Bennett. My understanding is that as an agency of the state, which is in a housing crisis and also subject to the Senate Bill 35, the streamlined approval, you really don't have a whole lot of choice. This project's been ongoing. It's like 20 different agencies on the LAFCO application. I think both speakers and county council have spoken that it's pretty much a technicality in terms of the annexing. As far as I can tell from the fiscal impact statement provided by your staff, it's only generating like $326 profit as vacant land. So the impact on the county's finances is future. How will you pay for whatever infrastructure and so forth? But it's not really impacting except for that future growth, which will be offset by the residents and things like that. I know these things are wonderful. Had to move my grandmother into one until she decided she'd rather live with me. And it's sorely needed, but I think you folks should give direction to staff to continue the conversation, both with county and the one the developers had. Because I'm looking at the LAFCO application, and in addition to the rental units, there's 2 1,600 square foot commercial buildings and about 220 parking spaces. So hopefully it's all compliant with the general plan, but I do think greater conversation and transparency is so important for these projects to be successful at the neighborhood level. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There is no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any further discussions or questions. Anybody got any questions? I got one question I'm going to ask. Is welfare exemptions, did the developer ever apply for one before? This developer that's doing this project?
I believe so, on the other development and Diamond Springs.
I'll chime in.
Go ahead.
The fact that we're looking at a newer policy to deal with some of these kinds of issues, but we have a policy in place, and this is how, we have applied it routinely over the years. So I certainly think that we need to continue with that process and approve this. I'm also very concerned about the issue that the developer's attorney brought into focus, which is that this is in our housing plan. This particular parcel has been identified as affordable housing, and it's not in compliance. It concerns me greatly. I wonder, County Council, if you had been aware of that, and the exposure. Are you concerned at all about the exposure that might bring?
So obviously I did review the developer's letter that we received, and I don't have enough information to agree with its allegations. I do think that to a certain degree, it oversimplifies the level of analysis that goes into determining whether or not a housing element meets the appropriate requirements. Just by way of example, our current housing element already takes a fairly conservative view and estimate of the developable density on the identified properties, although the general plan does allow for multifamily properties to develop up to 24 dwelling units per acre. Our housing element assumes a very conservative development of 13 dwelling units per acre. So I think that if the county were compelled to reevaluate the inventory of sites, I think it would likely need to reconsider all of the assumptions that went into that. So I don't have enough information to completely agree with the assertion that the housing element is currently out of compliance. Now, that being said, I would not be at all surprised if the developer chose to complain to HCD about this issue, as the developer has done previously when not satisfied with county responses, most recently on a denial of the project applicant's request to modify the project. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if the developer felt compelled to complain to HCD about this issue.
Well, and I go back to the fact that, affordable housing projects require us to be in the game. And it's crazy because the whole SB 35 process, it's so, there's no wiggle room. And so I would urge my colleagues to stick with this one and agree to the share of tax increment. It's a very small amount. It doesn't solve our budget problems won't affect it greatly. But I do think that we should agree to the tax increment as it's been presented here today.
Is that a motion?
I'll make a motion, yes. I'll make a motion to approve the item before us. I'll just leave it with the staff report. I'm not seeing the motion really quickly here.
So I'll second it with a comment. I think there's obviously two issues here. One are these projects and the state of California dictating, and this isn't the end.
Yeah.
By any means. We've got other ones looming out there for us. It's really a difficult situation because it puts the developer also in a tough spot. But that argument needs to be taken up by some other committees, commissions that we sit on, and we have to work on that. So we do it in a logical and the right way. And then secondly, this is process, this is procedure, this is the item before us. It still has to go through some more steps to get there, but the project was approved. So we shouldn't really be discussing that too much. So that's my second.
Yeah, okay, I just want to make a comment. Is this going to be the new norm, these welfare exemptions, especially when it comes to these projects? I'm really concerned about that, so.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, and I haven't commented, but that's a bigger issue that we're gonna have to address, if we even have the authority or the power to do that. It's very concerning when a state can mandate a location and then we don't even get anything out of it. And I'm curious, the idea if they're exempt from taxes, how are you gonna proceed? You don't have to answer that, but I'm just thinking out loud.
Well, and along those lines, I have asked to look into whether or not this is one of those SB 90 reimbursements we can get from the state. If they're going to take away our property tax, and give out exemptions and stuff, and we need the revenue, then the state should probably make that up for us. So I think that's something I think we're going to look into, actually. I should rephrase that. I think we're going to look into that.
So we got a motion on the floor and a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No.
No.
Motion passes 4-1.
3-2.
3-2.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the other no.
I'm a no.
He repeated her, but it was his
Well, I'm a
vote.
no too.
Oh,
so.
It was confusing. the
Motion
way it
passes
happened.
3-2 with Supervisor Turnbull and Supervisor Parlin voting no. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. So we move down to 17. You think that'll do, or will you want to break for lunch?
It is up to the board. We are behind a little bit. We have
Yeah,
a
so
couple
what
of
do you-
lengthy
you-
items.
So you want to feel that we go to lunch now and then come back at 1 o'clock?
What time is it now? That clock is not. Can we
Yeah,
get
yeah,
someone
batteries
to
are
fix
dead.
that
This
clock?
one here is
Mine-
right.
this
They
one's
just
right.
changed that.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
They
Batteries
changed
must
that
be
one
on
for you
the
right
same.
next to you. so.
It is. None of the hands are correct.
Yeah, so
Not even in the same time zone.
No.
we'll go ahead and break for lunch, then come back at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay, everybody all right?
Okay. Ready.
Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now going to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time to public to comment on any item that is not on the agenda today. Will you please open it up to open forum?
We are now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
We're getting there, about a third of the way through. Linda Colombo, Nashville, District 2. I left off last week reading Paradise by Lizzie Johnson about the campfire. Through an industrial looking door opened in the corridor onto the parking lot, most people, aside from housekeeping, didn't even know the tunnel existed. And this is a tunnel under the hospital in Paradise. Mullen was familiar with it only because as a manager, he monitored the gas tank levels and resupply underneath. He had promised that the tunnel was a safe place to the people with him. His mind always went to a checklist, making a plan and then a backup plan. Smoke began to billow down the tunnel from the HVAC unit. Mullen had already wheeled a few cylinders of medical oxygen into the room. Now he unscrewed the tanks. Fresh air filled the space, blowing out the stuffy smog that had begun to gather along the ceiling. That's scary. When smoke in the tunnel became overpowering, he and his colleagues could gather here and breathe actual air. What would they do if the hospital burned and escape wasn't possible? He said, I would hate for us to burn up and be conscious of it. He pointed to the tanks of helium. If it came to it, they could build a tent with bed sheets, crack the canister of helium, inert gas. Breathing pure helium would make them drowsy, Mullen explained, because it displaced the oxygen in the air. Within a minute, they would black out. A few minutes later, after that, the oxygen levels would plummet to fatal levels. Asphyxiation would be quick and painless. His colleagues nodded slowly. They wouldn't share the plan unless they had to. That's pretty scary when you've got people who are dealing with that. That's the end of chapter 6. The next chapter is the blizzard of embers. Hawks was a fire dispatcher. As a fire dispatcher, he told the female caller that no one could come to her aid. CAL FIRE, PG&E had assured CAL FIRE's emergency command center that the electricity was officially offline in the town. Records would later show that the power had in fact remained on in parts of downtown grid all the way through 12:30 p.m. when the black backup generators rumbled to life. Hawks had missed several calls from the town manager, Gill. Summer after summer, he had warned his townspeople of mounting fire risk. Good Lord. He had helped sponsor an annual forum called Fire on the Ridge, and he had mailed out 26,500 residents of Paradise. Only 200 people showed up. There has to be a way to get people involved. He hoped that he could shake the complacency by a carefully designed sideshow. He'd opened up for a moment of silence for 8 people who had recently died in the car fire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Linda.
Be back next week.
All right,
I
appreciate
hear
it.
now that we've got another book running around, so maybe we'll get more people to read.
District 5. I was actually there at the Paradise Fire. It was November 8th. I drove up that morning and did a lot of prayer with some CHP officers. I went back up after the fire and stuff, and they kind of knew that they were going to have problems up there for a long time, and because they didn't clean it up, this is what we get. But I just bless you in the name of the Lord Jesus, and I ask God to touch El Dorado County like never before. Breaking news: there's no more two-party systems, only 2 choices: heaven or hell. How do we go from deficit to increase? And we have this thing, you know, we get all this money and then we go in deficit, we go back to abundance, and it's this process that we need to really be accountable, all of us, we the people. How do we go from deficit to increase now into multi-million-dollar deficit? maybe not just in this county, probably throughout the state and definitely in the nation. We need accountability, and accountability matters to us and to our Lord Jesus, God Almighty. Checks and balances, projection on taxes. You know, it's like that game that we play. And I thank you for cutting a lot of these things that don't need to be promoted, because Tahoe promotes itself. You don't need to promote it. It promotes itself. Jesus went into the temple complex, drove out all those buying and selling in the temple. He overturned the money changers table and the chairs of those selling doves. It's amazing. He's a dove. He's the bright and morning star. He said to them, "It is written, my house will be called a house of prayer, but you are making it in a den of thieves." And one thing I love about our county, this is to me a very special county. I've been speaking here for many years. I thank you for letting me come up and speak. But this is a jewel, like I said, years ago, to our Lord Jesus, even in the midst of all this stuff going on, evil all around, people calling good evil, evil good. I don't call it good. I expose it. And it's not me going to change things. It's the hand of God. So in the few seconds I have, I ask God's hand to be upon this place. Holy Spirit, expose all of us, those secret places that we think that we are hidden, and may your light drive us out of those places into the marvelous light. It's the goodness of God that leads people to repent, and we need to repent. So thank you. God bless.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to speak? Come on up.
I'm Kathy Adams from Grizzly Flats. As I know, Turnbull knows, we're still there in Grizzly Flats, and I'm here to tell you we're still there and we're working hard. I do the food bank distribution twice monthly in Grizzly Flats. I haul it up in my pickup. And I'm set up for the snowstorm that's coming in. Is we're looking at a foot of snow. I have emergency propane for my neighbors. And sometimes in the middle of the night, I have somebody knocking on my door saying they need propane. I go up and get it for them. I got a letter from the food bank. Is last year, we hauled up 21,647 pounds of food, and they put a value of $57,640 on what they provided, and we're very grateful. And we gave out a lot more than that, because I go get food from churches and other and from the community. Is we have a share it table up there, and I'm working on trying to get the Title 25 jump started. That's very important for the community. We've had a photographer from San Francisco Chronicle. The paper has sent her up to take pictures and talk to the community. She showed up in November. She had no idea that there was anything happening in Grizzly. And she was back this last month taking additional photos. Is the Chronicle sent her back up? Is there supposed to be a series of articles coming out on the insurance problems and how that's impacting the rebuilding of housing from wildfires? So I hope we do get that. And Mac's probably going to be, that's who I live with. He's probably going to be surprised when I show up with a dog from the animal shelter. So
he's right in the back. You can tell him that.
But thank you.
Thank you, Kathy, for all your hard work. I appreciate it. Anybody else would like to speak?
Surprise.
Surprise, yeah.
So apparently now, since the board is not willing to step into having a more legal SB 35 process, I guess the public will have to take a higher step. How do we get the board to stop ignoring the bill, what it actually says? SB 35 includes SB 35 must meet objective standards, meaning standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment by a public official. Guess what you just did today? You just made a public official judgment. You just violated SB 35. These parcels have been merged, divided, the parcel, you can't, once you approve a conditions of approval, it has to stay that way until you go through another process. They haven't gone through other processes. They just keep changing and morphing this project. And I wasn't able to read all that, but basically this is the original agreement, which says any deviations from the project description, exhibits, or conditions must be reviewed and approved by the county for conformity with this approval. Deviations without the above described approval would constitute a violation of permit approval. The development, use, and maintenance of the property, the size, shape, and protection and preservation of resources shall conform to the project description above and the hearing, exhibits, and conditions of approval below. They've all been changed. This is totally in violation. I asked somebody at the state, what do you do when the county is intentionally violating and abusing this policy, the ordinance to favor developers? I was told to take it to the Attorney General. I don't want to do that. I don't want to bring the Attorney General to this county. I want you to do the right thing. I have given you the evidence. I have given you the information. I have pleaded with you. I have met with you. Some of you were involved in this with the very beginning when you knew Sergey had a $10 foundation that he had, his office was a mailbox. And and when he made a comment about how they worked with the community, the HOA had sued them on the last project. And when they didn't, when they were about to lose their lawsuit, they threatened to use SB 35, which they couldn't have because the project had wetlands, which you're not allowed to do that. The community caved because they were concerned. And on this addition, they've been adding more to the project. The people that they made promises to that they would do if they dropped the lawsuit, they violated those too. They haven't complied with the things that they promised. So I'm just kind of really frustrated with the board. I wish we had better communication. I think many of you grew up here. You're going to destroy this county if you keep moving with invalid processes. I'm not against development. I'm against the corruption in the process.
Appreciate it. Anybody else would like to speak in open forum? Let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants, taking public comment from economic development. Economic development, could you please unmute yourself? Oh, no problem. Okay. Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Good afternoon. Kelly Nalavaya, District 1, calling in for public comment. And carrying over from the, wonderful celebration this morning of women making an impact in El Dorado County. And I'm realizing, gosh, we're almost through our first quarter as I'm getting ready to wrap up my first quarter. And I just kind of want to give a shout out where I think shout out is due. I just really want to say I'm really pleased. I've been impressed lately with my supervisor, Greg Ferraro. I think you are finding your voice. I think you are finding your opinions. I think that you are becoming more and more familiar with the issues at hand, the projects. And I love seeing that. It's got to be very hard being with 4 senior people who kind of,
this is my opinion, seem to kind of insert to you the direction to go versus allowing that time, like we saw last week with the shutdown of trying to get more information on a consent item. I found that to be, in my opinion, again, a little bit disrespectful. I think we have to appreciate new people, have the right to understand. I know that Supervisor Lane, I heard over and over her first term, I'm not familiar. I need to get more educated. I need to know. And I really appreciate it when people do that, because that really means you're invested in the matters at hand from your perspective, which previous years, previous supervisors, previous votes really are not relevant. So I just say congratulations to a great first quarter. And I really look forward to District 1. We've got some issues we're going to be coming to you about, the CSD fiasco. And I hope that you will be able to help us. I have a feeling it's going to come to you guys. And I look forward to you listening to the people. I wish they had listened to the people and done an appointment, but unfortunately, I think we're going to be deadlocked there for a very long time, which could also mean passing the resolution to special elections. So it's going to be a fun venture, and have a great day.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Good afternoon, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pine. I really appreciated your process and conversations in the morning. Covered a lot of ground, very transparent, very thoughtful. Appreciate that. My topic for open forum is the Good Governance Workshop. I mentioned this back when Supervisor Turnbow generously volunteered to be your servant chair, and he was kind enough to provide an answer. I hope that that practice continues. I've been to some workshops where boards are encouraged not to talk and dialogue a tiny little bit, direction to staff, answer a question from the public, and I just don't think that's necessarily good governance. When the Good Governance folks started, it was back in January of 2020, and there were 3 workshops, including in July of 21. And I repeat my request that you have a conversation on your agenda about having maybe a half-hour, genuine workshop with the public. The last format was just a workshop among board members, and you took our comments, as pointed out. It was before the workshop started, and people had a lot of different things to say. And so I just think it would be helpful if you had an agenda item, looked at the format for the Good Governance Workshop, perhaps reviewed the self-evaluation tools from the prior boards, and give some direction to staff in terms of setting up the workshop. And Supervisor Turnbow, if you're able to give the public more details, I believe last time you checked with staff, and the workshop will be coming up in April. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Leo.
There is no additional public comment.
All right. So I want to thank everybody today for speaking up on open forum. So thank you for that. So I guess we'll move to item 20. Do we have time for that? Okay. Go ahead.
Item 20 is a hearing from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to approve the Diamond Springs Community Park rezone, requesting the rezone of 2 residentially zoned parcels to recreational facilities high intensity for use as a community park. The first parcel is currently zoned single unit residential, and the second parcel is zoned 1 acre residential, with both parcels totaling 35.59 acres, located in the El Dorado Diamond Springs Community Region, submitted by El Dorado County, and take the following actions. 1, adopt the addendum to the Diamond Springs Community Park Final Environmental Impact Report. And 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign ordinance for rezoning from single unit residential and 1 acre residential to recreational facilities high intensity. Supervisor Turnbull, could you please open the public hearing?
Yeah, I would like to open up to the public hearing.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Anna Kwan, and I am an associate planner with the county. The proposed project before you is a rezone of the 2 residentially zoned parcels designated for the approved Diamond Springs Community Park. There's the project vicinity map. And you can find that the parcels are east of Farnsworth Lane, Oakdale Road, and Snoopy Road, and south of Patterson Lake in the El Dorado Diamond Springs Community Region. So the 2 parcels consisting of approximately 40 acres will be rezoned to recreational facilities high intensity, RFH. And this rezone request fulfills the resolution of intent adopted by the board on June 18, 2024 to rezone these 2 parcels. Now, in terms of the proposed rezone, it will remain consistent with the existing general plan land use designation of high density residential, HDR, and with the approved Diamond Springs Community Park. Since the approval of the Diamond Springs Park and the certification of the environmental impact report in December of 2023, the County Parks Division has engaged in negotiations with Boys and Girls Club, and it is envisioned that the Boys and Girls Club will own the parcel currently owned by the county, that's the larger parcel to the south, and will engage in future development and operation of the entire park. The purpose for the rezone is to facilitate the implementation and development of the park by Boys and Girls Club. And we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, so bring it back to the board for any questions and comments. Yeah, I am too. Part of the process. Right?
Yeah. Nope.
Everybody okay?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Lori.
With the rezone, I'm in the intended use of this property. What if the Boys and Girls Club isn't able to build a park? Because it's quite a project. Is there deed restrictions? And if they decide that it's too much and they're not going to do it, and this is just all what ifs, you know, what will happen to the rezone and the land, honestly?
Thank you so much for that question, Supervisor Parlin. I believe the 30-acre parcel, the county-owned parcel, is deed restricted as a public park, and then the northern parcel is owned by Mother Lode Union School District. So,
so are we still owning the property?
I believe it's a surplus land right now.
Right. So if the Boys and Girls Club decides they don't want it anymore, do we get it back? I guess that's what I want to know.
I think at this point,
Here comes Jennifer.
to Jennifer Franich.
Good afternoon, Board. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. I think I can maybe answer that question a little more thoroughly. So we, as part of this process, the other portion that we need to still work on with Boys and Girls Club is that negotiation of what happens with the property transfer. So currently the property is ours. We do have deed restrictions from when it was donated to the county. One of those is that it will be a park, and I think we had 5 years to break ground on the park before it would actually revert ownership back to Boys and Girls Club. So that will be kind of the next step, is talking with your board about how we put together that next property transfer and any potential deed restrictions that you might want in there when we do transfer the property. But we wanted to take care of the rezone first, get the Boys and Girls Club set up, and go, kind of use our staff on both sides, parks and in planning, to do that a little more seamlessly than they might be able to do themselves.
Okay, so that it's in the works. I mean, it's not, oh, okay. I didn't realize that. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Anybody else? Want to talk? Any questions from the board members? Anything else? Okay, so I'm going to open it up to public comment, please.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 20. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Does anybody want to speak on this? Come on up.
I'm Bud Zeller, Diamond Springs resident, and I believe you have a letter on your agenda from me. I'd just like to touch on a couple of high points here. I fully agree that the park is needed and I think supported by the community. And as well as I support the zoning request to change it to the proposed as we're here for. I would just like to point out, as I did in my letter regarding area mobility, the Diamond Springs El Dorado circulation plan. I think while the park is being developed, this and some of the items I mentioned in the letter needs to be concerned and taken care of, hopefully, by the time the park is done. I have referenced in that third paragraph the need for the what I call a loop road connecting Pleasant Valley Road to Snoopy Lane, Charles Brown School. And Snoopy Lane goes on up the hill and ends at a fence adjoining a paved road on the 72 acres owned by the El Dorado High School District. That connection, I think, for safety reasons and other reasons, needs to be connected so there's a way out, as I've mentioned in that paragraph, to go to the south and back to the west to eventually connect with Highway 49 and El Dorado. I think that's, something that needs to be done, should have been done, I think, long ago. Also, in the fourth paragraph referencing the 9.72 acres, this is the road that comes in from Pleasant Valley Road to the Mercy Housing Complex is currently under construction, I believe, for seniors, on up to the Snowline Health Care Facility. That road is an easement that continues behind that care facility and connects to the park property, the 9.72 acres. That then could come on down through Farnsworth Lane and connect again back into Oakdale, creating a loop for emergency escape routes for the hospital and so on. I would like to make one correction. I mentioned in the last paragraph, starting with the state marshal, fire marshal, the reference to the vegetation management defense space, that has been repealed and is now the hazardous vegetation and defense space ordinance. Any questions?
Thanks, Fred. I appreciate it. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up.
I'm Mary Ann, and I am here. I live on Farnsworth and Oakdale, the corner. So I brought this to the board when it came to my house. First of all, I guess we've had several plans coming, and one of them is the parking lot directly across the street from me. Is that going to happen? Is it not? I know it was put in there and then someone told me, no, we're moving it. It's not going to be there because that's a problem. Also, you brought up the Boys and Girls Club. If they do that redevelopment there is a culvert that's missing. So somebody ripped it out. So the creek on our side runs into my yard rather than going across where it's supposed to, where the Boys and Girls Club owns it. I can't repair it. I wanted to, but it's not my property either side. I just happen to be caught in the middle of the mess. Yeah. So that's an issue that needs to be brought up. We also have the parking lot's a big question. Is it going there right across the street from the school and right across the street from my house? That's a big problem for me. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because I already have the school parking lot, and that has got people spinning donuts and all that stuff goes in my house. We have people running my fences over. I've had to block, a lot of the places because they turned Oakdale Road into a one-way lane. So people could come in, but nobody could get out because their cars are all blocking the road. So So it's not a road that's good to use as an entrance exit. Also, the Farnsworth easement, from what we know, we've been paying to have it repaired for years all by ourselves. Never did we know the county supposedly owns it. We own it too. Our paperwork says it's ours and your paperwork says different. And we're the ones that's always paying to have the roads redone every year. We're doing it. She puts in a couple thousand. I put in my couple thousand or whatever. And then we have donuts going on that road too. We also have the garbage coming from the schools and from the sports. And we're constantly cleaning up garbage on Farnsworth and Oakdale because nobody will take that responsibility. So we have some issues on our road that really need to be addressed, because if you bring another parking lot there, that's going to bring more drugs, more people doing other things, and it's a family neighborhood. So can we push that thing somewhere else? I mean, that's something to please consider, because it's not a good deal.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Can I ask when you're
No,
breaking
I
time?
mean, we only allow 3 minutes. I'm sorry. Anybody else like to speak on this matter? All right, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There is no further public comment.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Any other final thoughts or discussions?
I would just only make one comment to the ladies' couple concerns. We'll pass this information on to the Boys and Girls Club as they develop. I don't think it's completely set in stone, the actual plan yet. So those are great things. And certainly the road maintenance on Farnsworth and so forth is a concern as well. So thank you for bringing those up.
All right. Any other? Right?
No, thanks.
I do.
Okay. go ahead, Lori.
That made me think about, so okay, first of all, I want to make a disclaimer. I like children and I like parks because I know it's gonna be in the paper. Will the project, as it becomes further, developed as far as planning? Because, we saw in 2022, I went back and looked at a feasibility study. And back then it wasn't called a community park, it was called a sports complex. It's going to have 8 fields and I think an auditorium, and it was quite impactful. And I'm not sure if we're still thinking of all that still, but now it's being called a community park, which just gives a different connotation. So my point is, will there be an actual project, and will the county be reviewing that project and approving it, or once we do the rezone, is it out of our hands? I would just like to know for process purposes, because that was a really good point. If the design's still in the works, can it be influenced?
Jennifer Finch, Chief Administrative Office. I think I can answer that question too. So we did just get approval from the board, I think in January, for a contract with Kimberly Horn. And they have some subcontractors underneath them to start on the design of the park. So that's a contract with the county, not with the Boys and Girls Club. So we will have a seat at the table, more than a seat at the table really, until about 65% plans. So that will give us a really good idea of exactly what will be on the site and where it will be, and we'll be able to have some say in how that goes, because of some limitations, because in public contracting code, that's as far as we can take it. And then after that, the idea is it would be handed off to the Boys and Girls Club to complete the plans, get it to 100% and actually construct the park. But we do have some say, because we have that contract until about 65% plans.
Okay, so there will be an opportunity for public participation to look at, and okay, that's helpful. And then the other bit is that this morning we were just talking about the same area and all the traffic input packs and our concerns, and I've actually been voicing that along with Bud all along. That's why I always preface it. I like children and I like parks, but I don't like negatively impacting an area without knowing that we can mitigate the traffic in this area is already a challenge at certain times of day, for sure. And I think it's going to be more so because projects are coming on board. And so, you know, I did support the ask, I think, a couple years ago, to look at a circulation plan in that area. I think the Diamond Springs El Dorado Community Group even resurfaced an old document, really old, that looked at a traffic circulation plan in that area. So the concerns are real. And I'm not going to support this item because I don't think those things have been addressed. I like the concept of the park, but I just want everybody to know I've been pretty consistent about it, so nobody should be surprised. But those things need to be addressed for the benefit of the folks that live in the area and have raised these concerns many times.
Okay. Jennifer, did you reach out to Larry Patterson about Patterson Drive to another escape route, especially with, you know, this park? Have you talked to them and some of the issues?
We were in conversation with anybody who made public comments during the time where we were developing the EIR.
Yeah.
Since that time, the concept of the park hasn't changed, which is why we were able to do just an addendum to the EIR for this item. So at this point, because nothing has changed as far as the circulation or any of the other concerns that were brought up as part of that EIR, and because those concerns were addressed as far as CEQA is concerned as part of the final EIR, we haven't been engaging. We haven't heard from Larry Patterson recently on this project.
Yeah, I would reach out to him because I think that's one of the big issues that we need to work on too. When it comes to public safety, especially the access, you know, there is a horrific fire that comes up that canyon. At least these people could have another way out. So
yeah, and there is a plan to have a fire access road.
yeah. Okay.
I don't know if it meets all of the wants of that old circulation plan, but there is a plan to have a second way out.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to say, you know, I mean, I grew up in that area. I remember when we had the Timber Little League Park was in Independence High School. That's where it used to be. And that was first and second grade. And then it was Marshall Road, which is now Charles Brown. Well, it was Charles Brown. And that was third, fourth, and fifth. And then sixth, seventh, and eighth was at Mother Lode, which is now Herbert Green. So I know the history in that, and they needed a baseball park for a long time. I know they opened it at Charles Brown, but with all the restrictions and everything at schools now where people can't go on premises and stuff. So this park is way overdue. So anyway, thank you for that. All right, thank you. Any more comments? So I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will move items 1 and 2 on item 20.
I'll second it. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No.
Okay.
Motion passes 4-1.
Thank you guys very much.
Welcome. So can we move into our 2 o'clock allocation? Or we want to
No, we cannot. That was a noticed hearing, but I would recommend we recess for closed session since your remaining department matter would go a little long and impede on your 2 o'clock a little too much.
Right. Just wanted to ask that question. So anyway, the board will now recess to closed session to hear items 22 and 23 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning these matters may do so at this time. Please open it up to public comment on item 22 and 23.
We are now taking public comment specifically regarding.
Wait a minute.
Item 17, can we do that one? No?
Item 17, we're
It's
not
gonna
ready.
run to the-
Your director of transportation said the item's gonna go long and it'll infringe on our 2 o'clock.
Okay.
We're going to prove them wrong.
Right.
No, I'm
Wait.
kidding.
Well, that's the reason why I asked her. So,
Yeah.
okay. All right.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding closed sessions, item 22 and 23. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no comments from the boardroom, now taking public comment from online attendees. There's no public comment.
All right. So Is there going to be any report out?
Unclear. Yeah.
We're not
All right.
predicting the future.
Well, I know, but I just. wanted to know. All right. Got David.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board completed its closed session agenda, having heard items 22 and 23, and there's no action to report out.
So I guess we'll go to the 2 PM time allocation. Item 21, planning and building. The tentative parcel map. You wanna
Item-
do that one first?
Item
Open it up.
21 is a hearing from the Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board consider the Planning Commission's recommendation to reapprove rezone Falco zone change and parcel split to 1, rezone from single unit residential and 1 acre residential to single unit residential, and 2, approve a tentative parcel map to create 3 parcels from an existing parcel located in the Cameron Park Community Region, submitted by David Falco, the property owner, and the Planning Commission, recommending the board take the following actions. 1, adopt a negative declaration based on the initial study prepared by staff. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an ordinance for rezoning from single unit residential and 1 acre residential to single unit residential. And 3, approve tentative parcel map to create 3 parcels from an existing parcel based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as recommended by the Planning Commission. Supervisor Turnbull, could you please open the public hearing?
Yeah, I'd like now to open up the public hearing.
Good afternoon. Tim Pitt, Senior Planner, here today with a request for a rezone and the approval of a tentative parcel map for applicant David Falco. Project before you today is a request to rezone a 1.42 acre parcel into 3 parcels ranging from 0.38 acres to 0.56 acres at the intersection of Royce Road and Dudley Drive in the Cameron Park Community Region. Project applicant is also requesting that the subject parcel and resulting parcels be rezoned from its current split zoning of single unit residential R1 and 1 acre residential R1A to entirely R1 for all 3 parcels. The subject parcel has a general plan designation of high density residential. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, staff has prepared an initial study analyzing the potential environmental effects resulting from implementation of the project. Based on the initial study, staff has determined the project as proposed will not have a significant detrimental effect on the environment, and a negative declaration has been prepared. The proposed R1 zoning is consistent with the HDR general plan designation and is consistent with the surrounding vicinity of the developed residential neighborhood. The resultant parcels would meet the required development standards of the R1 zone, including minimum parcel size and parcel width. Proposed parcel 1 would take access from an existing concrete driveway off of Dudley Drive and would contain the existing 2,450 square foot single family residence and associated outbuildings. Proposed parcels 2 and 3 would remain undeveloped as a result of this tentative parcel map and rezone, as no new on-site improvements or by right development are being proposed at this time. Future development on the proposed parcels 2 and 3 would require encroachments from Royce Road for access. Although no development is being proposed as a part of this project, staff has analyzed the project with the acknowledgement that it is possible for future development to occur on the resultant parcels. And the site has the potential for as many as 5 additional single-family dwellings, including the existing residential development on proposed parcel 1 and any potential future primary or accessory dwelling units on proposed parcels 2 and 3. Staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, adopt the negative declaration based on the initial study prepared by staff in accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign ordinance 5226 for rezone Z 23-0002, rezoning from single unit residential R1 and 1 acre residential R1A to single unit residential R1. 3, approve tentative parcel map P23-0003 to create 3 parcels of 0.38 acres, 0.56 acres, and 0.49 acres from an existing 1.42 acre parcel based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval as recommended by the Planning Commission. There were no public comments submitted for this project either at the Planning Commission or in advance of this hearing. And staff is available for any questions, and I believe the applicant is here with us as well today.
Okay, so I'll bring it back to the board for any questions, comments.
I do. I think this is my district too. Yeah, it is. When I've gotten to this point, and Rob knows, Karen knows, but what I've had concerns, not about this project, but I've had concerns about other parcel splits and things where I'm seeing increasing, what's the right word? Conflict between neighbors when access is through an easement. And, what I think happened years ago on a lot of projects and parcels is that, you knew your neighbor, or maybe it was a family member, and you're like, yeah, we'll just split this and we'll have an easement and it's all good. Then somebody moves. And we're starting to have more and more of those and conflicts. I was really happy to see that when this is split up, and to me, the split matches the other parcels in the area. I don't see anything too concerning about that. And then the new parcel 2 and 3 are gonna get their access off of Royce, so no easements, yay. But then I just wanted to ask, do we know, and maybe the applicant knows the area any better than I do, the parcel behind, Andy, I'm looking at exhibit B, I'm on page 2 of 22, the aerial map, and I'm just, it's gonna leave a parcel behind that's, I think, not developed. Where are they gonna get their access someday, kind of thing? I'm just trying not to set us up for these conflicts anymore. It is getting exhausting. And I don't know if any of you I'm thinking maybe District 3 might have some of these, and maybe District 2, these easement conflicts that are starting to arise from past decisions. And so just trying to get ahead of some of these thoughts on when someone goes to develop that, are they landlocked, or is there, I'm looking at that parcel map. So that house there on the aerial map is that big parcel then, right? They already have access? Is that right? Very good. Okay. Then I think my concerns are allayed or taken care of. I just want to make sure. No. You want to come up to the mic for us, and then you'll be on our record forevermore, and you can share your, because I'm not an expert in this area. I don't live right there.
Dave Falco, hi.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the owner. His long driveway comes to the right if you're looking at the map.
Uh-huh.
And then he owns the property behind me.
Okay, so that's a big chunk back
Yeah.
there. So we don't have to worry
And
about.
apparently he was the original developer and split up, and he's already come and
Oh.
talked to me. He was like, dude, develop it. It would help us
Nice.
out, get some nice houses in the neighborhood. I'm all for it. So.
Perfect.
And that's the
Okay.
only person that actually I've talked to on this whole thing that's had anything.
Because
to
he'd be
say
the
that
only
was
one
positive.
potentially impacted. Perfect.
Yeah.
I have no
And then
concerns.
our property
at
won't
all.
impact anybody. So,
Great,
Thank
good.
you.
Yeah, no more easements if we can help
No
it.
easements.
No easements. Oh my gosh. And then they put gates up, and then we have fights. I'm like, what is happening? So, yeah, I think this looks good to me. Just wanted to ask that question.
So any other questions or comments from the board?
No.
Anything? All right. So we'll open up this public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 21. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom, and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no comments in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. There is no public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board. Any other comments or questions this time? So I'll close the public hearing and return the board for action.
I just want to thank Mr. Falco for being here so I could ask that question. And with that, I'd like to move the item as proposed by staff.
Okay, we'll get a second. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Unopposed. Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So I guess we'll move on to item 17.
Back on track.
Back on track.
2 minutes early.
As long as Raquel doesn't talk too long,
Yeah.
so we'll be all right. So.
Or loud.
We want to go home.
So item 17, 2025 Capital Improvement Program Workshop.
Item 17 comes from the Department of Transportation recommending the board authorize changes outlined in items 1 through 6 to the proposed 2025 capital improvement program, with a return to the board in June of 2025 for adoption of the 2025 CIP. West Slope Road and Bridge Program. 1, approve additions and changes to the West Slope Road Bridge CIP projects for inclusion in the 2025 CIP. 2, remove Latrobe Road, Investment Boulevard to Golden Foothill Parkway, Clubview Drive from the unfunded list and add to the 2025 CIP. 3, remove Missouri Flat Road, China Garden, State Route 49 from the 2025 CIP and add it to the unfunded list. And 4, approve the schedule change to the White Rock Road widening Post Street to south of Silva Valley Parkway to allow planning, environmental, and design work to begin in fiscal year 2024-2025 instead of waiting until fiscal year 2025-2026. Tahoe Environmental Impact Improvement Program, EIP, approve changes to the 5-year Tahoe EIP. Capital Overlay and Rehabilitation Program, Corp. Remove the Corp list from the 2025 CIP since these projects will be implemented with Senate Bill 1 funding.
Good afternoon, Chair, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County, here with you today with DOT staff Adam Bain, Zach Oates, Matt Smeltzer, and John Kaling to give you the Department of Transportation 2025 Capital Improvements Program Workshop. So I will try and keep it short, but I think that's an oxymoron. So we'll see what I can do. So. Okay. No, not a problem, not a problem. All right, here we go. There we go. Perfect. Okay. So, the agenda for today's meeting is to give you a little background as to why we have a workshop and to essentially go over and have a discussion about the projects that are in the CIP. But the primary discussion is to talk about the changes that we are going to be making to the CIP. So the bulk of them will be found in the attachments, the change tables. We also have one project that is going to be added, one project that is going to be deleted. And then there is one other item, and it is item number 4 in your board memo. And I apologize, it is not up here in my presentation, but it is correct in your board memo. That is advancing. We are going to be advancing one project sooner than later. And so then if you agree with staff's conclusions, we will be asking fiscal to move forward with the transfer and the adjustments that will be made and finalized when we come back to you in June with the adoption of the CIP. So essentially, today is kind of like kickstarting our discussion with you to go over our CIP program. We're going to have a healthy discussion about the projects, the changes that we're making on the CIP compared to relative to last year's 1-year update, as well as the major update that we just completed in December. Then we will be taking any concerns, recommendations, ideas from the board, our recommendations from staff, taking that to the Planning Commission, presenting that data over to the planning commissioners, where I am sure 100% that they will concur that the department is in conformance and abiding by the general plan. And then all that information we will bring back to the board with the conclusion being the adoption of the CIP and then the attributed attachments to the funding mechanisms and funding policies that will be attached to each one of those projects. So the CIP is a long-range planning tool that is utilized by staff to calculate construction costs, schedules, and the funding sources that these projects will be built with. They are also used to pinpoint when the Department of Transportation plans to construct these projects. So they are used to determine particularly what time horizon these projects should be built, making sure that we are not building them too late to where there's already a failing issue, but also making sure that we don't build them too soon so that we don't expend our resources in an area that is not needed. In order to ensure that growth is consistent with the general plan and does not exceed available roadway capacity, the county is required to implement general plan policy TC-XB and measure TC-A. So essentially what we are doing here is a one-year update, bringing to the board any changes that were made from either the last one-year update or the major update. This is verification to the board that the Department of Transportation is in conformance and abiding by the general plan. That is when in collaboration with planning, we are proceeding forward with whatever projections we have in meeting the growth for this county. It's not working? Oh, no, go for it, click. Thank you. All right, sounds good. Okay, so there are two regions or classifications in which we build projects. And we used to have three, and that's one of the changes that we have in this year's CIP. So the two regions are the West Slope and the Tahoe Basin. Essentially, those two regions are overseen by two different metropolitan planning organizations, or MPOs. West Slope is overseen by SACOG and El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And then in the basin, the MPO is TRPA, which is the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency. Too many acronyms in this industry, I tell you. And so then any of those projects in both those MPOs are brought forward to clarify funding sources and requirements by those two organizations. As I stated earlier, there is a change to our CIP program, and that is that we used to bring forward as part of this presentation the corpse list, and those were any major maintenance projects that we anticipated to do that year. But the Department of Transportation felt it would be best to isolate and segregate that aspect of maintenance compared to CIP with the presentation that we will be giving to the board in late spring, which is the SB1 resolution, where we go over all our major maintenance projects for the upcoming seasons. Next slide. So as I mentioned earlier, the CIP is a long-range planning tool that is utilized by staff so that we can pinpoint when infrastructure is needed at any given time, whether it is in the current work plan, the 5-year, the 10-year, or the 10-year or the 20-year horizons. We work very closely with the planning department to confirm that our current projects and planning's current projects, planning's future projects, and our future projects are in line. If they're not, then it's an indication that something is awry. As I stated earlier, we want to make sure that we are building infrastructure when it is appropriately needed, so that we don't wait for a corridor or an intersection to be failing for us to then have to come back and make improvements. But just as importantly, we do not want to build something that's too soon. If there is a corridor or an intersection that is at an acceptable level of service, B, C, or D, then we don't want to be expending our resources, our discretionary funds, and or our developer funds or grant funding for that implementation, and then find out that a year later that we have a location that is in dire need. And if we would have done our homework and forecasted, we would have noticed that it was going to be failing sooner than the other. So it's very important to make sure that we update this general plan and our growth projections on a regular basis, along with other departments. Next slide. The criteria to get projects into the CIP are listed above as you see here. So every project that is in the CIP needs to meet at least 2 of these 8 criteria. The reason being is we want to make sure that any location has its true justification, its nexus for the implementation to be constructed. Once again, we don't want to expend our resources in a location where it is just barely needed, where there is a location that would be more severely needed in the near term. And as I mentioned earlier, we make sure that when we do our major update every 5 years, that every single one of those projects meet at least 2 or if not more of these criteria. Next slide. So the bulk of our changes will be found on our change tables. We have 2 attachments, attachment A and attachment B. Attachment A is the funded list change table. That is the list of projects in the CIP that have changes of either scheduling changes or over 10% of the project or over $250,000 in value. The second list is attachment B, which is the unfunded list. These are projects that have been brought to the Department of Transportation's attention from either residents, board members, stakeholders in the community, or other organizations in the county. Now, jokingly, some elected officials and people have mentioned that the unfunded list is the list where projects go to die. But I would beg to differ in the contrary. The 2 projects have actually come from the unfunded list into the funded list. Those being that of Bridlewood and Bass Lake and Green Valley and Lockway. Both those projects were in the unfunded list for many years. Essentially, we could not find a nexus for either TIF to pay for it, road fund to pay for it, or any local discretionary. But when we have it on the unfunded list, when developers come into a region and want to make improvements, they can go through that list and then present that as an opportunity to show pride and ownership in a region, in a neighborhood, in a community, to make improvements that they would necessarily not need to make. So having that list is just as important as the funded list. And then lastly, the corp list. As I stated earlier, we will no longer be presenting to you our major maintenance projects during the capital improvements workshop, but instead we will be presenting to you our upcoming future maintenance projects during our SB1 resolutions workshop. Next slide. So the addition to the CIP is, here's the first project. It is the widening of Latrobe Road from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from Investment Boulevard to Golden Foothill Parkway. This project has been teetering just underneath the threshold of making it onto the 20-year horizon, I'd say, for the last 3 years. When we did our major update this past year, the analysis was performed in April, May, June, and it did not meet the threshold. But when we did our annual routine average daily traffic data collection, we recognized that traffic volumes had increased on Latrobe, clearly showing that the need and the justification pushing it over the threshold in order to meet the 20-year horizon. So this project now will be in our 20-year horizon. This is a $9.5 million project. It includes design and environmental and construction and right-of-way. And it is, as I stated, coming onto the funded list from the unfunded list And it is projected for a 20-year horizon. Now, it doesn't mean that if a project comes in sooner, then they would be required to make any improvements if they trip the level of service requirements for that location. They would be poised to make those improvements. Oh, the next project, which is item number 4 in your board memo or board report, and that is the advancement of White Rock Road widening from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, from Latrobe all the way to US 50. This project was poised to start in July, August, maybe September of this year. But I don't know if you heard of a itty-bitty little retail warehouse chain that will be coming off of Silva Valley into El Dorado County. We want to make sure we stay ahead of that project as much as possible. So every month, every minute counts to make sure that we start on the design of that project. It will include design, environmental, right-of-way, and construction, totaling an amount of approximately $18 to $19 million. We hope, if we start real soon, that we can start construction within 4 years. Next slide.
Why 4 years, Raphael? Why does it take so long?
Yeah. Costa is gonna be there too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We've been talking about it like ad
Forever.
nauseam forever,
it's the
and-
environmental.
Okay.
Environmental, the right of way, utilities, all of those take so long for us. It's providing the transparency to the public, making sure that we're collaborating with all the utilities, that we're collaborating with all the state or organizations and departments, Army Corps, State Water Quality, you name it, all of that. I mean, if you look at mosquito, all of that in design, it took 20 years to get that one in. Even something as simple as the pedestrian overcrossing over Missouri Flat right now, that one took 3 years. It's just all the environmental and all the analysis and the reports that we have to do to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's, to make sure that we are appropriately doing it and that we don't get sued.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you're starting it now then.
Yes.
It's gonna take that long. Very good.
Exactly.
I'll make sure that.
Oh, I'm sure you will. You'll still be here. So the one project that we are going to be removing off of the funded list is the widening of Missouri Flat from 2 lanes to 4 lanes from China Garden down to SR 49. And we didn't want to remove that project for that capacity increasing project until Diamond Springs Parkway. Diamond Springs Parkway now will be taking that load, that traffic off of Missouri Flat and putting it where it makes more traffic safety sense, staying on SR 49 and then going across on Diamond Springs Parkway onto a section of Missouri Flat, which is already widened right there near Walmart. So now that that project is going to start construction this year, it is appropriate for us to be removing this project from the funded list onto the unfunded list. Next slide.
Wait,
Oh, yes.
where's this money? This money just goes back in the Zone B pot, or
It
where's
does,
go?
it does, but it would most appropriately go for any of the funding for Diamond Springs Parkway, because that's the capacity that it would be.
Okay, that's what I wanted to
Yeah,
know.
that's the capacity. The capacity is a South County to US 50 travel direction. And so then now, instead of using Missouri Flat in between SR 49 and China Garden, travelers from South County are going to be going on SR 49 over to Diamond Springs Parkway and crossing that way. So that's
So
the
this-
appropriate.
This will be like reallocated over there.
Reallocation,
So, okay, that
yes.
totally makes sense. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep. Thank you for asking that. So these are staff's recommendations today to the board. proposing the change tables, attachments A and B, the addition of one project, which is the Latrobe Road widening from 2 lanes to 4 lanes, the removal of one project, which is Missouri Flat from China Garden to SR 49, and then bringing one project, advancing one project, bringing it up in schedule from later on this year to hopefully tomorrow. Next slide. So if everything looks good, and ultimately we will be bringing any of these changes as well as any recommendations, suggestions, or comments from the board for approval and adoption in June. And then combining that with the attachment of the funding mechanisms, either road fund, TIF, grant funding, or local discretionary. That does conclude my presentation for today's workshop. But although we are talking about the CIP, it's always nice to talk about some other projects that we got ongoing currently in the county. So the one that we all love to tote and talk about is the Mosquito Bridge, $100 million, 3.5-year project in between districts 2 and 3.
3 and 4.
3 and 4. I'm sorry, 3 and 4. Thank you. And it is a connection for emergency ingress egress and providing better circulation for the community of Swansboro and Mosquito. We are halfway through that project. We are almost done going vertical. And now within, I think, the next 2 months, we are going to be going horizontal with the superstructure, with hopes that we have completion of that project by late next year. So, or middle of next year, cross our fingers. Okay. So wow. Very excited. Another project that is currently in construction, and that is the El Dorado Trail pedestrian overcrossing over Missouri Flats. That is currently finishing up the abutments on either side of the trail. And within, I'd say, the next 2 months, we're going to be bringing in the superstructure in which we'll be assembling it alongside the road and then dropping it in between the 2 abutments. Yeah, place it. Thank you.
Dropping it between the 2.
Very carefully. Not dropping it.
Are you gonna like have a big watching viewing party or what? Because I just think that is
That would be pretty
so
cool to watch.
I've been watching it go because my mom lives over that way, so I watched the progress, and she can't believe. I keep telling her what's happening. She doesn't believe me. So I want to have her there to see it. Like, Mom, no, really, they're going to do that.
We did the same thing with the San Bernardino Bridge up in Tahoe, and it's essentially the same thing. And we've got great video. John Kaling's got great video of that, of the placement of the superstructure on top of the abutments. And so we hope to be doing that within the next 2 to 3 months. We're very excited about that. We have several projects that are going to start construction. One is actually 2 of them are in Tahoe with Apache and Pioneer Trail Roundabout. Going to be the first roundabout. Well, no, I'm sorry. No, the second roundabout.
Second.
But the first in the Tahoe Basin that El Dorado County is responsible for the construction. Obviously, that is in Caltrans corridor, but we took on the responsibility because it connected with one of our local roads. So we're very excited to start the construction of that project here within the next 2 to 3 months, as well as the Apache Trail, Apache Road, that we are going to be providing improved bicycle and sidewalk access for the community. And then another project that we're very excited about that is going to start here this summer, as soon as school lets out, which is the improvements on Ponderosa Road between US 50 and the high school. We're going to be providing new bike lanes, improved roadway surfacing, and sidewalks for the school students to have access. As you can imagine, that is a very large high school, and for all these years, it has not had a sidewalk from US 50 all the way to high school. We're finally going to be able to provide that here very shortly, so we're very excited about that as well.
Exciting.
Yes, it is. So once again, that concludes my presentation. My staff and I are here to answer any questions you might have regarding any one of these projects or any project that you might be interested in your district that is in the CIP.
All right, so I'm going to bring it back to the board for any comments or discussion. Good. I just want to say one thing with Scott Hodson's project. If we need to look into adding in, that third lane, like that turn lane that extend from that road that he's going to build all the way down to where Tractor Supply is, because that would relieve a lot of the traffic congestions, especially the backups and stuff.
As a matter of fact, Chair Turnbull, we are looking right now currently at the design of that intersection with that development. They've hired a consultant, Fair and Pierce, to do the design, and they're already working with our staff to see what is going to be the best feasible and most efficient intersection and or circulation between that development and our Latrobe Road.
Right. So
Yes.
thank you for that, you guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
All right. Any more?
Just, yeah, the timeline for Latrobe approximately?
So that is going from the unfunded list to the funded list, 20-year
So
horizon.
you meant that. That wasn't a joke. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't a joke.
Well, thank you for pushing up White Rock then.
Now, like I say, we come back every year and we reevaluate whether it should stay on the 20 years. Sometimes it moves up sooner. Sometimes it stays on that 20-year horizon. Sometimes we make improvements to the intersections, so we don't need the corridor to get improved anytime soon. As I stated, we don't want to expend our funds in either a corridor or an intersection that really doesn't need it, and it's just hasn't met the threshold if we have other needs, such as the same zone, which is Zone C, White Rock. That one really needs it, and that's an $18 million construction cost that we got to make sure we have every penny going to.
Thank you for bumping that up.
Yes.
It's well needed.
Yeah,
So,
appreciate it.
Our pleasure.
very much.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions? So I'll open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comments specifically regarding item 17. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from online participants. Taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, Eldorado Hills. So I guess first I would ask if it's possible to get a complete list across active projects, not necessarily those that just have differences in cost or timing. And I've been actually trying to reconcile a lot of things between this current list, what was done last June, and then also miscellaneous things along the way. So in the current list, I do see a Country Club Drive extension, but it's Tong Road to Bass Lake. Whereas in November, you approved a part of the Country Club extension from Silva Valley to Tong Road. That is not listed in the current CIP list, but yet you approved it to be able to start moving. I also found some discrepancies in some of the numbering. So in the June 2024 list that was approved, there was a Latrobe West connector under one project number. And then currently on the current list, there's a Latrobe connection, but it's a different project number. So I guess I'm trying to tie the pieces together And then, of course, in the unfunded list, some of them have prior references, a lot of them have no project reference. So I would think if it's supposed to be tracked as a potential project, it would have a referenced project number so that we'd be able to review them more readily. So I guess some of the question is, what other things are in progress with the CIP right now that aren't listed on the current list so that we all have visibility to them? Also, it is a little concerning that things are being prepared for a proposed project that's not yet approved. And that's the first thing I thought with the White Rock Road. And then I'm also wondering if that's Country Club Lane. There's a lot of things that are needed within the county for existing residents. And it's a little challenging to reconcile that when we see changes happening and millions being spent for projected projects while current residents are still continuing to suffer with roadways. So, thank you.
Now taking comments from 525.
Hi, Leo Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. As I've shared before, always very impressed by your transportation department. Love the report. And I hope as you go through the difficult budget process, you're able to figure out how to, sorry for the pun, shovel more funding to your department. They use it well. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
So Raphael, you want to answer some of the questions?
Yes, I'm going to actually invite Matt Smeltzer to answer that question because
Okay.
he actually knows a lot more of the CIP schedule. So I'll let him answer that.
Okay.
Hi, Matt Smeltzer, Deputy Director of Engineering, DOT. Yeah, this workshop, it's just a workshop to show changes. That's why we provide a change table. It's not a complete list of the CIP. On our website, we do have a link to the entire CIP book that was approved last year. And we do come and do little updates every so often, and like some that are included in this workshop. But that project hasn't changed since it's been to the board last time. And the Country Club Tong to Silva Valley, you did approve that to get started, and we did do a consultant selection for that. REI and Kimley Horn for traffic on the sub is a consultant team selected for that project. And we're just getting started.
Okay, thanks.
So
Matt.
what's the time? So is that funded?
Yes.
And what's the timeline then? Best guess.
I'd have to look in our book what we laid out, but we are actually just getting started with environmental. So I believe we have, wouldn't get till construction for a few years still, because we'd have to go through environmental and design.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it. All right. So I'll bring it back to the board for any further comments or anything.
Move.
Second. All right, all those in favor by saying aye.
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 Motion
I
passes
said aye.
5-0.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
said aye.
I didn't hear you, sorry. All right, thank you, guys. I
Yeah,
appreciate
thank you.
it very
Good-
much.
Thank you.
Good conversation.
All right, so I guess we'll move on to board updates, I guess, right? Okay. Start with you, Lori, you ready?
I'm usually ready and I'm not today, but I'll just make it up.
Okay.
So let's see, I was gonna tell you about, several of you are also on the water agency. And so we had interviews last Wednesday, I think most of us, because the water agency is updating its strategic plan. So then tomorrow, we actually have a water agency meeting tomorrow morning. And I think we're not gonna talk about the plan, but we're just gonna talk about how the process is going, is my understanding. And then, Supervisor Veerkamp and I, we have participated in a homelessness ad hoc committee meeting. I think that went pretty well. Got some stuff out and sounds like we're pretty much holding direction, I think, with some modifications, and really appreciate the board's support on updating that camping ordinance. That's going to help us a lot. So that was good. And then what else? We had the Transit and Transportation Commission meetings last week, which I don't remember what we did. So maybe when you can fill it in better. I had a meeting with the senior peer counseling representative. I think he's reaching out to all of you. That sounds like a really neat program that's taking off. And a lot of it's with volunteers. So I'm excited about that. And I did ask when they're ready to send us something to put in our newsletters so that we can grow that program, especially since it's with volunteers. It's more, not going to take funding. So that was good. And then I had a meeting with the NAMI representative about the clubhouse and how well it's doing. I think she's reaching out to all of you too also. We did have an EDOK continuing of care board meeting on Friday. I'm just alternate, but I do attend so I can report out to all of you. And they did share the same information that we got in the homelessness ad hoc committee meeting about the numbers. Because we're all kind of curious, like how, what's the reality of the NAV Center? And I had it up on my computer, but I can't find it right now. But off the top of my head, it was since the NAV Center has been open for 2 years about now, they've served 299 folks, and 51 of them have exited to some kind of permanent situation, which actually was a better rate of, than I thought we had. And it's actually pretty encouraging. I feel like with that, and then some tweaks that we're looking at in our policies about the NAV Center, that El Dorado County is doing pretty good compared to the rest of the state. But we have a lot of support with our law enforcement, the HOT, HHSA, all our partners. It's going really well. So then the last thing I had that I thought was interesting, and you guys all actually, I think, received an email from Kathy Guerrero with the notes from, we had a first 5 meeting yesterday afternoon. It was her last meeting. Her last day of work is April 1st. And so it was really bittersweet. She's been so appreciated. And so we had little treats and kind words to say about her. But I'm really glad I got to serve on that commission with her. She just has so much energy and positive thinking. And trying to think. Oh, and they're also, I think, yesterday we also approved the first 5's strategic plan for, I believe, the next 3 years. So that process is wrapped up and we have our marching orders of what we're going to be doing. So that's it.
Good. Brian?
Yeah, so since last Tuesday, we've had the various meetings with staff and departments, homeless ad hoc, as Lori alluded to. One of the items that was made very clear that the direction that we're heading, we need the city's buy-in, and they've got to be consistent with us. So we're arranging a meeting with the mayor and ex-mayor to discuss that. So that'll be key, because otherwise we're pushing them there and they're pushing right back. So we'll be working on that. Had a SACOG mobility zone presentation, transit on the 6th as well, where budget was primarily the discussion there. And then EDC TC, work plan, preliminary budgets, as well as then a presentation on project list, which was quite cumbersome. Greg, you missed that.
I was listening. I was on.
Oh, you're listening? Okay, perfect. It was good. That review is always real good because all the projects are going on. Participated in the new county hire orientation Monday morning. Appreciated that opportunity to go before some new employees. And then SACOG policy and innovation meeting. Lori, and you alluded to it, the water agency meeting tomorrow. We do then have the budget ad hoc with department heads in the afternoon. And on the 13th, GSEC meeting in Sacramento, and then our budget ad hoc of the board that afternoon.
Wow.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to mention a big shout out to Liberty Energy that provides electricity up in the basin. We had a large power outage almost a good part of Wednesday. It was great because lots of meetings got canceled. But I really wanted to give a shout out to them. They were very communicative with the public, and they were able to restore service by about 2 p.m. It was a Nevada transformer, a transformer physically located in Nevada that went out and affected our region greatly. So I just wanted to say great job to them. They were working in very difficult situations that day, and their communication was really good. So I wanted to highlight that. Also want to mention that we are preparing for a rather large storm. Yay. We're happy about that. We're expecting a couple of feet up at the lake, even a foot in Pollock Pines. So it might have some residual effects down here as well. But thanks to Department of Transportation, we're prepared for it. We have approximately 11 people scheduled to work on the day shift up there, and then another 9 for the evening shift. So we will have 24-hour service up there. So thank you, yes, to all of you for making that happen, and thank you to DOT as well. That's all.
Okay, great. I was on Zoom for the Eldorado County Transportation meeting. Last night we had a scoping meeting for Costco. It's packed house at Station 85. Most of the people there were either had students at Oak Meadow School, which is right next door to the project, or live within the vicinity. The major concern was it's going to be environmental issues regarding the gas station and the idling of cars, of course, traffic. So a lot of people had some good concerns, and that's about it. Well, no, that's all. So,
Okay. I just want to say we had that transit and transportation meeting that was on Thursday. Stuff that went very well. Some of the things that are concerns that are coming up, especially when it comes to funding for these capital improvement projects. It's going to be really hard. It really is. So, and then had a lot of meetings with department head meetings and stuff. I was supposed to throw out the first pitch Little League on Saturday. I couldn't make it. My knee was swollen really bad. I couldn't even walk on a Saturday. I was just at home with my leg propped up all day, iced, because it was pretty bad. But also Ghost Hunters. I'm sure you guys have heard of Ghost Hunters before. They did a thing in the town of El Dorado, Masonic Lodge, Poor Reds. They did Bobby's store and a few of the homes around there, ancient homes and stuff. And they did a thing up at the cemetery. They also came to the church and did a thing at our church, and they asked me if there's any ghosts. I said, their only ghost is the Holy Ghost in our church. So anyway, there's a lot. So anyway, a lot of history in that church, especially family history, which my great-great-grandfather brought the bell up that church in 1859. So it's something, if you look back at the history, and I didn't know anything about it, was in the archives, had no idea at all. So anyway, so it feels like God called me home there. So that's all I have. So CEO.
Just the board has a much deserved break next week, and then we'll get right back to it on the 25th.
All right. Thank you. So we're adjourned at 3:23. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Eldorado.
I'm just curious.
I know. I told him